tujenge taifa letu.
Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We can have our seats. All right. So let me see. How many are excited to be here by a show of hands? All right. I want someone to help me move the mic. Someone to help me move the mic. I have a question for some volunteers here. Someone. Wisdom. All right. Make a round of applause for Gesari. All right. So I want to get two expectations from both sides. What do you expect for the event? Let's begin with this side. Anyone? All right, I'll volunteer you. You see the beautiful lady with a maroonish. I'm so bad at colors. Mimi najua tu yellow. Mpea tuambie expectations zake for today. You begin with your name and you tell us your expectation, kindly.
Hi, my name is Pauline from MKU.
What are your expectations for today? Your friend wants to help you. Hello.
Hi, my name is Meir Mwango from Mount Kenya University. My expectations today are, we engage in conversations about peace, see how we are going to maintain the state of peace in our nation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Let's appreciate her. Sawa. One more person from that side, the guy with the yellow hoodie. Sikuambia uvae yellow, I'm sorry. Napenda yellow. Yes.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Victor Kamari from Daystar. My expectation today is
Hauna maoni.
Sina maoni.
All right, so let's appreciate him. Let's come to this side. Now that we are talking about peace, what does peace mean to you? Anyone from this side? What is peace? If you are asked to define peace, 10 marks, 15 marks, what is peace? All right, 2 marks, basi. Maniangalia vibaya. The lady with a ni puff jacket, I think. Ako hapo nyuma yako Gesari? Yes, wewe mwenye unaangalia nyuma wewe. What is peace?
According to me, I'll describe peace as a state of calmness where there is no war, people are not fighting, people have that harmonious feeling with each other. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Let's appreciate her. One more person now, a volunteer. Kuna mse ako na suti kali hapa sana. Mpe tusikie maoni. Hapa. Yeah, here.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm Austin Omondi from MKU. I expect fruitful engagement and matters peace that maybe will help us sharpen our skills when it comes to matters peace.
What does peace mean to you?
I always define peace as everything, yeah? Because when you have peace, everything moves on as usual. So peace is everything.
All right, thank you. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Gesario tukuje side. Yes, now to you guys. My question for today is, what role did you play in ensuring that we had peaceful elections? If you played a role. Did you play a role? If yes, what role did you play? Anyone? Yes, oh wow. Tunakuja, yenu imeisha, tulieni. Yes.
Hi, my name is Susan Sindani. I'm a Global Peace Ambassador, and I'm representing Epuka Ugaidi organization. The role I played in ensuring peace is mobilizing the masses and creating awareness on the importance of peace, especially during the election period, and the role of young people and the government in every actor in Kenya. Literally the patriotic responsibility of Kenya to engage in peaceful elections and sustainable peace.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her. All right, we had one. Yeah, we have another one there.
Thank you. My name is Mary Kilanga from Wazesha Youth Initiative. The role I played is that I organized a beauty pageant dubbed Mr. and Miss Tranquility Kenya on the 25th of June that aimed at bringing 47 contestants from different counties at the aim of achieving peace as a theme. We also organized a peace awareness walk that was very much successful. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate her. People are doing great things out here. One more last person because you guys have content. Inside, tunaumia. One more person. Yeah, all right.
I'm Veroline from NGO Council. I was involved in the peace caravan in the 47 counties to create awareness and pray for the nation so that we could have a peaceful election before, during, and after.
Thank you. Let's appreciate her. All right. So now that we are having a discussion about peace, yeah? I mean, we all agree that we have to talk about such things in different platforms, in social media platforms, so that we continue to have the peace that we have. So I want you to take a selfie with the person seated next to you, a smiling selfie. Mkiwa mna smile, msika hivyo. Piga selfie. Usiogope. Na ni watu wa iPhone pekee, watu wa Tecno. Watu wa Tecno tafadhali. Watu wa iPhone pekee. Tupige selfie. Alright. Watu wana smile. Kuna watu wanapiga peke yao surely. Sasa mbona upige selfie peke yako? Alright. So I want you to post on any social media platforms, and we have different hashtags for today. Hashtag number 1. International Day of Peace. International Day of Peace. Hashtag number 2, IDP 2020. Hey, Mike. Hashtag number 2 is IDP 2022. Hashtag number 3 is Global Peace Kenya. All right? Hashtag number 4 is Mkenya Daima. All right? And hashtag number 5, Elections Bila Noma. And then the last hashtag is We Are Daystar. All right? All right? Yes. So anyone mwenye atapata likes ngapi? Wacha tusikie. Watu except TikTok. TikTok tafadhali. TikTok hatutaki. Unaweza post, but anyway, if you get 50 likes by the time you're done with this event, as you continue the event, I have a gift for you. Could be a biscuit, could be water, could be money. Don't you worry. All right? Sawa. Right about now, I want to invite the president of Daystar University. Yes, I want to invite the president of Daystar University, Mr. Nalo. All right. Naambiwa ningoje kidogo. All right. Sawa. So maybe I can repeat the hashtags. International Day of Peace, IDP 2022, Global Peace Kenya, Mkenya Daima, Elections Bila Noma, and last but not the least, We Are Daystar. Anyone with more than 50 likes, I have a gift for you. I promise you. Unaweza pewa hata job. Leo masioni wengi huku masioni wengi sana, unaweza sikia umepewa job. as a social media digital marketer. Yeah? Sawa sawa. Nalo, I'm ready when you're ready. All right. I would ask all of us to kindly stand as our guest wanakuja. Tusimame kindly. Let's be on our feet kindly. Tusimame. And let's appreciate them wakikuja. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Karibuni sana, you're very much welcome. Tuendelee ku-appreciate, let's continue appreciating them. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like us to sing the national anthem one more time. So, my sound guy, kindly. The national anthem. Yeah, they are sorting it out in a few.
Mungu yetu. Amkeni ndugu zetu. Na tujenge taifa letu.
Thank you, we can have our seats. All right, and now I want you to make a round of applause for the president of Daystar University, none other than Mr. Nalo, as he comes on stage. Let's appreciate him. He has a famous quote which says, "A short man is not a boy." Karibu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. To our guests, Dr. Vimal Shah, Kenya Daima CEO, we are humbled and it's a pleasure having you right here. Mr. Daniel Juma, the Executive Director, Global Peace Foundation Kenya, we appreciate you for gracing this occasion. Ms. Hegman Kathryn, the Deputy Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Kenya, we appreciate you and we thank you for coming to Daystar University for this great occasion. Our Nairobi campus principal, Professor Michael Bowen, thank you for hosting us, sir. We appreciate. My lecturers, my Dean, School of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Reverend Patrick Msembi, thank you for coming. My HOD, Department of Peace and International Relations, Dr. Sylvia Wakene, thank you, Madam, for coming. All youthful leaders, student leaders, and the guests around the room. I know it's from across all universities around Nairobi, different organizations, and all the spheres. Good morning. Good morning once again. When I say comrades, peace, you respond by saying peace. Sawa sawa. Comrades, peace. Comrades, peace. Comrades, peace. You know, sometimes we talk about peace, but most of us cannot define what peace is all about. Is peace only an absence of war, or peace is something that is continuous in our coexistence? So as a peace and conflict resolution student, I tend to assume that peace and harmonious coexistence is not just merely talking about violence, talking about wars, talking about terrorism, but this occurs in our day-to-day living activities and development. So, as the president of Daystar University and a peace ambassador, Global Peace Foundation Kenya, I really appreciate all of us for coming in this occasion, and I hope by the time you are leaving this room, you will have understood what peace is all about. You will have understood as a youth the role that you need to play in order to sustain harmonious coexistence, upholding all the principles of nonviolence, and making sure that this world still stands to be strong and we live together in harmony. So in regard to the post-election period that we are in, we as the youths, what role did we play in ensuring that for once, according to history in Kenya after elections, we did not have violence per se, and if they were there, they did not have as much impact as we have experienced before. The reason as to why I'm saying this is because we the youths, we are woke. Right now we are educated. No youth was accepted to be used, or no youth accepted to be taken for the sake of a politician, or to be because you are affiliated to one party, you feel like the opinion of the other parties doesn't matter. So it means that if we are united, we can have more. We can have a sustainable peace. We can have development. We can have an economy that favors everyone in the society. So my call to all the youths, and particularly student leaders, because I know we are the ones who are used majority. We are told, we know you are voted in, you have numbers, can you help us mobilize 200 students to come in our rally or to come riot? So I call upon all of us that when such a time comes, it's upon us to think objectively, have sober mind, and tell our students that, yes, you have the right to do everything you need, but at the end of the day, what matters is respecting another person and upholding the unity that we take into. We had the social media. Social media in the current generation and the technological era that we are in plays a very key role. Some were misinformed, there was disinformation, there was malicious information that was spread around. But with the great sensitization of the youthful leaders, led by Mkenya Daima, NCIC, Global Peace Foundation, Daystar University, and all those organizations that frontiered peace, misinformation and disinformation was somehow curbed. Why? Why am I saying curbed? It's because before any information was acted upon, the students or the youth were able to ask questions in their subconscious mind. Is this information that I'm reading about true? Is whoever responding to this information being factual or being sober, or is saying it in the sense of triggering emotions of the human beings? So I really appreciate the youth. And to our chief guest, now that we are post-election, we were talking about elections bila norma. We did not have the norma. We were talking about bleed, ndio walid. Nobody bled. We were talking about Daima Mimi Mkenya. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya definitely. But right now, the question that is in our mind is the economic status of our nation. And we are struggling to understand and to move around to see how we can sustain ourselves so that we don't get radicalized. So my appeal to our chief guests here is, if at all we can offer employment or internship opportunities or attachment or volunteer part in your organization, we'll really appreciate. It can be at a lower level of pay, but we'll appreciate it because it will keep us busy. So as youths, we don't have to be violent, or we don't have to be activists of whatever nature, but we are sober, we are woke, we are educated, and if we are offered this, we believe that we'll be able to advocate for more and more peaceful coexistence within our society. So, Dr. Vimal, allow me to be selfish a little bit. For my DESTA students, if you can give me 10 internships to give to my DESTA students, be it marketing, be it peace, I'll appreciate that. And I believe you can do that. So when you come in the stage to speak, kindly cause the disruption. Mr. Daniel Juma, I know I'm one of your, you're my boss, I'm one of your volunteers. So if you can pick up more, you took some. If you can pick up more, not necessarily DESTA, but around, we'll appreciate. Ms. Hegman Kathryn, it's an honor to have the European Union delegation in this room. Most of us read about it, but now interacting with them, it has proved to be an uphill task because of the protocol nature that it deserves. So if these youths can have opportunity to talk with you, and when you come in the stage, also give us the skill that we can use so that we can also play the bigger part that we want to do in the global sphere. So we will appreciate, when you come in this stage, we will appreciate you for that. But so far, we appreciate you for what we have. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. And this particular moment, it's my humble pleasure to call upon my principal, Nairobi campus, Michael Bowen, to give his opening remarks. Then afterwards, our keynote speakers will address us. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give Nalwa a better clap? Maybe let me begin on behalf of our Vice Chancellor to welcome our esteemed guests. We are glad that you are here. And to have such high-profile people, it means you value peace. So we'd like to appreciate your presence. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of our Deputy Vice Chancellors, would like then to invite you to DESTA and welcome you warmly to DESTA University. Yes, as our guests are settling, can we give our special guests a hand clap? Which one do you want? The Nyayo one? I see even our ambassador knows the Nyayo one. So can we give them 3 claps? Nyayo, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, thank you. It used not to go up to 4. Vimal is part of that generation. I'm sure he remembers. Would like also to recognize and just to say, Dr. Vimal Shah, Chairman Kenya Daima, I'm not sure whether Bishop John Warari is here, maybe not. And then Daniel Juma, thank you for coming back. We just had a meeting a few weeks, I think it was a few weeks to elections. And I appreciate that we are back here to say thank you. Thank you for the work that we did, but also thank you to God for keeping us peacefully. And then Ms. Rana Taha. Oh, okay, yes, okay, good. And then Ruth Mweni, Dr. Skita Ocharo, of course, and then our ambassador here. Would like to appreciate your coming. I would also like to recognize the students from various universities. I don't know which universities are here, and maybe that should have been the job of Nalwa, our president, but let me just do that. If you are here, you are not from Daystar, you are a student, please stand up. We would like to appreciate and recognize your presence. Thank you. Thank you. Can we give them a clap? Let's clap for them. I would like you to just shout the university. And once the university's name is mentioned, so don't mention it again. And once somebody mentions a university, the rest of you sit down. So we begin here. Cooperative University, can we clap for them? Next. Mount Kenya University, can we clap for them? KCA University, Karibu. Catholic University, can we clap for them? Kiriri University, Karibu Sana. University of Nairobi, Karibu. I'm sure most people now will sit down. Yes, actually, there's almost, there's just a few remaining. Tuk Technical University of Kenya, Karibu Sana. Yes, sir. Oh, Kenyatta University, okay, sorry. Karibu Kenyatta University. Any universities at the back? That's a special category. Can we give him a better hand clap than everybody else? Thank you, our ambassador. So we would like to appreciate all of us. Can I see the staff of Daystar University, including the Dean and the HOD Peace and International Relations, staff of Daystar University? So, staff of Daystar University, this mic seems to be having a challenge. Yes. We'll not say all of them. Our Dean, where this activity is hosted, Dr. Musembi, Sylvia Wakene, the HOD. I may not be able to mention all of them. Can we give them a clap? Thank you, and thank you for attending this particular event. Now, I just wanted to mention something about Daystar University for those that are coming. So Daystar University is a Christian university founded in 1973. One of the things that we believe as a university is that what is lacking out in the market is about values. We have many graduates, but the challenge is about values. And so in our training, we try to make sure that we inculcate values. And that is why we have what we call problem-based learning. The problem-based learning, we use case studies, real case studies in the classroom. So we work, for example, with, say, Chandaria or whichever company, and we look at the management issues that they face. And then in class, we're able to give them to our students. And the idea is to make sure that our graduates are actually ready for the market. One of the things that employers complain, and Vimal is here, is that they get graduates that are not ready. Actually, they say that it takes them about 2 years before they can see output. So they have to do a lot of training. And so this is part of what we try to do as a university, to make sure that we have students that are ready for the market. The other aspect is what we call liberal arts. We do appreciate that life is not just about academics. Or even if it's about academics, it's not only about law. It's not only about business. So we train our students, for example, in culture, in communication, and in all other subjects. And in this way, then, we are able to get students that can appreciate every facet of life. And so that's another way in which we train our students. And then we have what we call integration of faith and learning. In every subject, we ask ourselves, what does God say about this subject? So in research, for example, we ask, has God said anything about research? And that's a very interesting area. And so we have our students, and they have to think about it. So are we really doing something that God says we should do? And for us, that is very important, because then people find value. You know, all of us, irrespective of what religion that you come from, you appreciate that God has brought to this world for a purpose. And therefore, we would like to be able to identify that. And in that context, then, we do what we call integration of our faith and learning. Of course, we have professional courses as well. We also do realize that the degree is not sufficient. So we have professional courses in the field of accounting, in the field of certified secretaries, in the field of project management, and we have a unit that does that. We call it's an Institute of Leadership and Development. And so, because of this, our chief guest, because of this, we have a number of our students, our graduates, that are out in the market there, that are having a lot of impact in society, and I'm sure you've seen quite a number of them, in communication especially. Larry Mador is our graduate, and so we pride ourselves in him. At CNN, I'm not sure whether there is any media that is larger than the CNN, maybe BBC, Madam Ambassador, but that is one of them. So that's all about data that I wanted to mention. Like I did mention, we were here before elections. And I remember what the president said that time. He said that we pray that Kenya cannot afford to fight because of the things that we had gone through as a nation. The COVID problem, and then the Ukraine-Russia war. And if we actually fought, the greatest danger was that we were going to go under as a nation. But we want to thank God that we are here celebrating peace. And so we want to appreciate the work that we did in terms of praying, in terms of walking to the various counties, and making sure that our youth are not used, just like Nalwa mentioned. If you notice, in fact, you can actually draw a graph. Every 5 years, after every 5 years, the economy of Kenya goes down because of elections. And actually, even this year, I'm sure it went down. But at least this time, it's not because of fighting. It's not because of lack of peace. It could be something else. Of course, there's a lot of money that went into elections. But for the first time, we want to thank God that we are beginning without fighting. And so this is something significant, in my opinion. And what are some of these as an academic? We hypothesize. What is it that brought this peaceful election? Because we need to understand this so that we try and replicate it next time. The issue of tribalism, in fact, we were talking with the chief guest when we were coming, and we seem to disagree. In my opinion, Kenya's problem is not tribal. it is the sharing of the resources. And therefore, we use our tribe to try to share the resources. And so, the aspect of tribalism, yes, it's still a factor, but I think if you look at the agenda of the two main formations, you really didn't see a lot of tribalism. And that is some progress as far as our nation is concerned. In both formations, you do not see a lot of tribalism. So that is something to celebrate. But the key question is, how do we enhance this, even for the next cycle of elections? I think the other thing was the agenda. We had, on one side, an agenda for governance, on one side, an agenda for taking care of what we are calling hustlers. So those were one of those. And then the police, I think the police did their best. Also, they didn't take a lot of sides like it has been in the past. So these are some of the things that I think we need to identify, Chief Guest, because we need to enhance this so that for the next elections, we improve as a nation. I see the nation of Israel. They even seem to be having elections almost after every 3 months, after every 5 months. But then their nation is running, you know? So we need to get there so that elections is not a major thing. I'm told, like in Europe, for example, actually there is no holiday during elections. You go vote and come back to work. So that's the kind of thing that we want to see, and so that we have peace. As I conclude, we want to think about sustainable peace. And so just like I said, we need to begin early. Some of the initiatives that we saw. And in terms of the student organization, president and those of us from other universities, when I asked in the last meeting that we had, I was told that this was only about Nairobi. Of course, Nairobi is very important. But we need to go nationwide in terms of these initiatives. And I want to call the partners here that we need to support these young people. Because if they can convince themselves that fighting is not a good thing, that peace is good, then we are actually likely to see sustainable peace. You want to agree with me, especially those of us that are my generation, that these young people live in a different world. Dr. Vimal and the guests, these fellows, I have some in my house. They live in a different world. So they are the only ones who can connect to themselves. And therefore, we need to support them. And so I want to challenge then the students to come up with innovative programs and take this peace message to all over this nation. And as a university, of course, just like I mentioned, we have the dean where the Department of Peace falls. We have the HOD, the head of department. The university is well placed to do research. What I just mentioned is not empirical research. We really do not know whether it is tribalism, whether it is the agenda, whether it's the police. What is it that really brought this peace? So we'd like to do research, and would like your partnership, those of us that are here, the partners that are here, so that we actually find out, why didn't people fight? Is it because there was hunger? And that's a possibility. It's possible that people are so down, and it is true. Some of the interviews that we saw, people are saying, no, we can't afford. I don't even have food. Where do I go? But is that one of the variables that we need to look at? But then, of course, we can't ride on that, because next time, maybe the economy will be booming. So what do we do? And so we would like to look at some of these variables that led to peace. Of course, I think one of them, the issue of resources, the new government, I think I've said that they're going to develop more resources, even more units. There are certain functions that are not being developed, and therefore they're actually going to say that they're going to develop. And even the issue of BPI, I think we need to think about it seriously. It's actually about dividing even the national cake, the cake at the national level. Yes, we know there is devolution. But this thing of winner take all, I think BBI had some good elements. So we need to look at it. What is it? Can we reserve certain positions, not necessarily in government, for those that lose elections? So these are my initial thoughts as far as peace is concerned. And so once again, to say welcome to Daystar, students from various universities, our guests, welcome to Daystar. And I like the challenge that our president has given to all of you, and each one of them has been given a specific challenge. We would be glad to hear how we are helping these young people also to grow up, even as they look at their careers. And therefore, having said the few remarks, I therefore want to declare on behalf of our Vice Chancellor that this meeting on International Day of Peace is officially opened. May God bless you, and welcome back to Daystar.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you so much. Such a wonderful speech. And maybe one more time just to appreciate our partners on board as we move to the next session on the program. So I want us to appreciate Buy Kenya. Let's make a round of applause for Buy Kenya. Rotaract Club, let's appreciate them. We have Kenya Daima, a round of applause from Kenya Daima. We have European Union, a big round of applause. We have Elections Bill and Norma for NCIC. Let's make a round of applause. We have Nudies, a round of applause for Nudies. Let's appreciate Nudies. We have Global Peace Foundation, which is actually the parent organizer of the event. Let's make a round of applause for Global Peace. We have Chandaria Foundation, a round of applause. Kenya Daima, we said we have Zo's School, when you're peana majimaji, a round of applause for Zo's. European Union delegation to Kenya. Let's make a round of applause for them as well. We have Standard Group. Let's make a round of applause. Hapo. I want to speak. Nalo ameshafungua chapter. I may speak on behalf of the communication students of Daystar. So you want internships from Standard Group, yeah? Yeah? Why not? Sindio, watu wa Daystar. Si tunataka internships and jobs. So watu wa Standard, kindly take note. Manji, let's appreciate Manji Biscuits. And finally, let's appreciate Daystar University. Let's make a round of applause for Daystar. All right, thank you so much. One more time, just to remind you, I want you to, one more time again, take a selfie with the person seated on your left. On your left. Sema left, right. On your left. Nam smile. Don't frown. Make a smile. A big smile. And tupige selfie, usiogope. Watu wa iPhone pekee, Techno kindly. Techno. Yes, and to remind you the hashtags for today: International Day of Peace, IDP 2022, Global Peace Kenya, Kenya Daima, Elections Bill and Norma, and We Are Daystar. Anyone who gets to 50 likes, 50 social media reactions, have a gift for you. Have some wonderful books, some manji biscuits, have a lot of gifts for you. So kindly, try to post on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, apana. Anyway, yes, TikTok. All right, so right about now, I want to invite my co-host for today, none other than Angela, to come and moderate the next session. Let's make a round of applause for Angela.
Thank you very much. My co-MC, he's doing a good job so far. Let's appreciate him. So Her Excellency, Miss Hegman, Dr. Vimal Shah, Mr. Daniel Juma, Miss Rahatana, and Dr. Skita, and all the distinguished guests, good morning. So today I will take you through the session whereby we're going to be talking about peace. And just before I continue, I've just remembered I've not introduced myself again. My name is Angela Njage. I'm a student here, a fourth year. I'm doing PR and marketing. So I'm so happy to have you guys here. So appreciate yourselves as well. So now you might be wondering, why is it that why are you guys here? And we didn't organize this event on a weekend, maybe when you don't have classes, or on Friday, when at least you guys are kind of free. So the reason why we are here today, the International Peace Day, is because this is a day that all over the world, globally, the world comes together and celebrate peace. So this is a date that was designated by the UN to commit to peace above all differences and to contribute to building a culture of peace. Also, this day is devoted to strengthening the ideals of peace, both within a nation, among nations, and also their people. So this year's global theme is, anybody? Yes, and racism, forgive my French, and racism, build peace, correct. So however, today we focus on the peace within the Kenyan nation, particularly after the 9th August general election. And a fun fact, these elections were the 7th held since the introduction of a multi-party system. And I'm so sure most of you guys were not born at that time, yeah? So also, this was the 3rd under the 2010 Constitution. And also, allow me to take you back, where to the previous polls, especially in 2007 and 2017, we experienced a lot of post-election violence. And with a history of this kind of elected violence kind of election, many citizens this year speculated about the prospects of a turbulent election. And that's why I'm sure most of us, even the ones in strategic relationships, used to say, wache tuongee after election. Sindio, si tulisema hivyo si wote? Because we were not sure of the outcome after elections, what is going to happen. But I'm glad that as the world observed, as we were in our homes waiting for the IBC to come up with the results, I'm happy that we might have had differences with the leaders that we voted for, perhaps we even differed with the court verdict, and even maybe the IBC declarations. But there's one thing that kept us together, and that was the hope for peace. So right now, I want us to go ahead to a first guest speaker. And that is a very interesting director, and his name is Daniel Juma. He is the Executive Director of Global Peace Foundation, and we are happy to have him here, and he's going to tell us about the importance of dialogue in peace building. So put your hands together and welcome Mr. Daniel Juma.
Thank you, Angela, and everyone else here today. Dr. Vimal Shah, this is my boss at the Kenya Daima, and the CEO of BITCO. We did a lot of campaign during the elections, and he really did a good job. Dr. Skita Ocharo, the CEO of NCIC. This is a very amazing lady. I first met her when we were in Korea with the former Prime Minister and your governor. And you can remember what we saw in Korea. And those are the things, some of the things that we hope we can achieve in this country. Ambassador Kathryn Hegman from the EU. Ms. Raha Tana from the UNDP. UNDP has been a very, very close friend of the people of Kenya. I want to appreciate Dr. Ojambo, who is the former Kenyan ambassador to the United Nations. Very amazing lady. I came here today with my two children, Regina and Omosh. Can you just say hello? They are students at the Jonathan Glog Academy, so I brought them so that they can learn what we are doing here today. So today we are observing the International Day of Peace, and the theme, as you have heard, is End Racism and Build Peace. This day is very, very important. As a matter of fact, we have celebrated this day before, and the founders actually said that this is the day that we need to just have a ceasefire for 24 hours. So that if you can have a ceasefire for 24 hours, then you are able to appreciate the goodness of peace, and you may be convinced to actually extend it from the 24 hours to more. So as far as racism is concerned, we don't have much of that in Kenya now, but of course, worldwide, of course, there is progress. There is progress from the eras of colonialism, the eras of apartheid. We still have some kind of xenophobia in South Africa. But as a country, I think we have made progress, and we are able to live together. And that's why, as Global Peace Foundation, we say we are one family. We are one family. There is one God, and God in his wisdom created us different. God is not just a God of, so God is a God of, positivity, negativity, duality. So he created white people, he created black people, he created Indians, he created all sorts of races. In his mind, he saw that that is beautiful, So that's why we keep talking about diversity. And that's why the rainbow is beautiful. If you only had one color, then there would be no beauty. And that is one of the reasons why the world has made progress, and we will continue making progress to completely eliminate racism. Of course, you saw, as we mourned the Queen, and may God rest her soul, you saw there's a lot of debate about, of course, leaders from Africa who traveled to the Queen's burial, and they were saying that they were bundled into a bus, and when Joe Biden from America came, he was allowed to come in his beast. So there is a discussion whether that was an extension of that problem or not. So it's a discussion. So we shall continue having these discussions. Eventually, we will be able to have progress as a people. So as you have heard, as we are talking about the global issues, we want to really take this opportunity to thank ourselves. And I want us to clap for ourselves for having conducted ourselves peacefully in the elections that just ended. Please clap for ourselves. And I want to really take this opportunity to, congratulate some of the partners that we have worked with who are here. The NCIC, they came up with the campaign, Elections Bill and Norma. And I remember we launched this campaign with the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Matiang'i at the Kenya Institute of Government. And we promised during that time that this time Kenya will not go through the problem that we saw in 2007, 2008. And we are here today to remember and to reminiscence that Kenya actually, we were able to demonstrate to the whole world that we are a civilized nation, and that in Africa, we are not just, a powerhouse, an economic powerhouse, but we are able to demonstrate to the African people that we believe in democracy, and that in Africa, we may have differences, and our elections are turbulent. Our elections are very aggressive. Very, during the campaigns, people really campaigned colorfully. But at the end of the day, we sort out our differences in the ballot. And if we disagree at the ballot, we take it a notch higher and sort out our differences in the Supreme Court. So this time, our campaign, and I also want to really recommend the Kenya Daima. This is the campaign that we did together, with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And Dr. Vimal Shah, who is our chief guest today, he basically was driving this. And I was happy, honored to sit at the steering committee. So in the campaign, we spoke about my responsibility. We said in Swahili, nitatenda wajibu wangu. And we said that in these elections, and I remember during my speech, I said that on 9th of August, Kenya will have an election, and it will be peaceful, and we will move on. And isn't that what happened? So we had our election, it was peaceful, the nation has moved on. We were able to demonstrate that we are a democracy. We were able to demonstrate that whatever happened in 2007, 2008 was something that, shall never again happen again. And I remember we had this discussion with Vimal and other people, and we said that actually what happened 2007, 2008, had other reasons, other than, elections. And today, we are here to celebrate together as a people. And one of the things that we have said, and in my theme, you asked me to talk about promoting and peace-building dialogues among students. The students are the heroes. And as you heard Nandwa speak here, that it is the students, it is the youth who are usually misused, especially by those crooked politicians, to cause chaos and to cause violence. One of the reasons why this is the case is because as a country and Africa, of course, we have a large population of young people. Every year, almost 1 million youth leave the school system every year to a job market that is already saturated. And so when we have this large amount of young people leaving the school system to a job market that is not creating, the equal amount of jobs, then these young people become idle and become available for misuse. They become available for misuse. They become available for recruitment into hooliganism by those politicians. They become available for recruitment into extremism. So one of the most important tasks as the government and as a people and as the private sector is to be able to find a way, how do you utilize this energy of our young people? How do we stop complaining about the youth bulge and take advantage of that youth bulge, channel it into economic, development of our nation? So we should no longer be complaining about that we are many people. No, we need to say thank you to God that we have so many young people, that we have a big number of young, able-bodied people who can become innovators. If we are able to train these young people today, and you can see my kids, when I was their age, I think there was no computer, there were no mobile phones. But nowadays, they know how to operate the mobile phone. They know how to do all kinds of things, to Google, to print, So I can tell you for a fact that if we are able to take advantage of innovation and come up with ways to empower these young people, things like Ajira, create opportunities for them so that the next big M-Pesa, the next big innovation. So we can create today a generation of job creators who will create maybe 50 or 100,000 jobs in the next 20 or 30 years. So that's why the Global Peace Foundation in Kenya, we have been working with partners to promote what we are calling character education, so that we teach our students good values, good character, so that when they grow up, they grow up as good citizens, not just with good grades, but also with good mannerisms, so that when you get a job, when you come to my office for internship, you will be able to even earn yourself a place for employment. One of the things that we do at Global Peace Foundation, we nurture innovation. And I take a lot of interns. And like Nandwa said, I keep on having interns. I've taken interns from Daystar University. I'll keep taking interns from Daystar University. I've taken interns from other universities as well. And this is the reason I do this is because some of us grew without some kind of formal mentorships. So I consider it my responsibility to mentor the next generation of Kenyan leaders. As leaders, we must consider it our duty to be able to mentor the next generation of African leaders. This is one of the reasons why we also came up with another program called the President's Fellowship. President Obama, who is an American president, of course, coming from my village in Siaya, he came up with the Young African Leadership Initiative to be able to mentor African leaders. So here is an American president coming to Africa to mentor African leaders. Why not African leaders? Why do you need to wait for an American president to mentor African leaders? Why can't African leaders mentor people who can take after them? And that's why we created the President's Fellowship. If you go to thepresidentsfellowship.com, we have been working with leaders. And president here doesn't have to be the president of a country. It can be the president of a company, like Dr. Vimal Shah. So that we come together, you president of an NGO, come together and be able to mentor these leaders. And for me, I am very proud. I'm very proud that I've been able to mentor so much. I keep mentoring. Mr. Joseph here is one of our mentees. He is the chairman of the Disabled Association of Disability Students in MKU. And many more. We want to continue doing that. And even within here, I have Abdul there, one of our former members of the President's Fellowship. He was running for the Senate in Wajir, right? But he didn't make it, but he's going to make it sometime. I was also, I've been honored also, talking about election. I was honored to run for Member of Parliament in 2019. And I've been narrating these stories, how it was never easy. It's never easy. And I want to take this opportunity today really to thank all those more than 16,000 candidates who took the courage to run for all sorts of offices, from MCA, from MP, from governor, and most of all, responsibility, campaign, ask for your votes peacefully, and after you do that, leave it to the people to decide. We asked you as the people to listen to the campaigns, na utende wajibu wako, upige kura, uchague viongozi bora, elect good leaders, and I'm happy you did that. And you left the responsibility of counting the votes. You left that responsibility to the IEBC, because we are paying them money from our taxes to organize the election and count the votes. So it was not your work to go there and count the votes. No, it is hiyo ni kazi yao tumewapatia, si ndio? So they counted the votes and they told us who won. And once the IEBC tells us who won, it is our responsibility to accept, si ndio? And out of these people who ran, the 4 presidential candidates, they are all Kenyans, right? All Kenyans. So whoever won, whether it was Azimio, whether it was the Kenya Kwanza and the other candidates, whoever won, even Wajakoya, we would have accepted them as our presidents. So as a people, it is our responsibility to accept, whoever was elected. So, alafu, we also said that if you are not happy with the election, we did not want these elections to be adjudicated in the streets. So we said, and we kept saying, and thanks to Vimal and my team, my fellow team members at the Kenya Daima, we said that we want these elections to be adjudicated in the courts. And I'm happy that the politicians listened and that they took their grievances to court. Today, I really want to thank Raila Odinga, Honorable Raila Odinga. He's a man I respect. He's from my village. And where I come from, in Nyanza, people are grieving. People have been grieving. And I've been telling them, actually, this morning I was on Ramogi TV. And I told them, look, as people of Nyanza, we did not lose anything. The President Ruto, he had this elaborate Kenya Kwanza plan that will take care of everyone. So I was saying, even the youth from Nyanza, if you, even though you are not happy, but maybe you start your business, you'll be able to benefit from the Hustlers, how do you call it, the 50 billion Hustlers fund. So you take advantage of that. And even if Raila won and the Kenya Kwanza youths were not happy, I am sure they would have been happy to receive 6,000 shillings every month, right? You know? So if you had any worry about whether you wanted your candidate to be elected, just look at the good things in the plan, in the other manifesto, and appreciate that. So we are also happy, the women. I think if you look at the plan for the Kenya Kwanza, they promised us that 50% of the cabinet will be women, right? So I'm looking upon, fellow women here, so the women here, Dr. Ocharo here, Dr. Jambo, the women who are here, please, I hope that some of the cabinet secretaries will come, even from you, Cynthia. You can also be a CS. Yeah, so we are hoping that our women will be able to benefit from this. So in short, I really want to thank you. Thank you really from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the Global Peace Foundation and on behalf of our team at Kenya Daima, on behalf of our partners NCIC. You promised that tutakuwa na uchaguzi bila noma, na tumekuwa na uchaguzi bila noma. I want to thank you, and I really want to encourage the president who has been elected. I want to call him to really be inclusive, even when he appoints people. I want to see the face of Kenya in his appointment. Let us have members of the cabinet, the PSS. Let them come from all over the country, in Nyanza, all over, even those who didn't, so that at the end of the day, this nation will move together as an inclusive and beautiful republic of the Kenyan nation. So thank you so much. This is the time where you clap for me and wish yourself a happy International Day of Peace. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Bwana Director. For those who do not know, he's very, very passionate about youth. So I'm so sure even when we give him our whole day, he is willing to speak. So let's appreciate him once more. So our next topic is to understand the power of volunteering in shaping peace together. How many people in this room shared a peaceful message? It can be through WhatsApp, it can be through TikTok, maybe there's a reel that you did. How many people here? This side? Come on, you guys, I know you people shared yes, clap for yourselves. This side, did we have a team that shared the peaceful messaging? Anybody? Yes. Fantastic. So our next guest speaker is the chairperson of Mkenya Daima 2022. Mkenya Daima seeks to build more on the Wajibu Wangu. How many people saw that slogan? Fantastic, fantastic. So the slogan, which called upon all Kenyans to be responsible and choose the right leaders at every level. So this initiative, primary purpose is to inspire Kenyans towards peaceful elections and prosperity. So with no further ado, help me in welcoming a man who does not need any introduction, a man who inspires the youth to be proactive in this VUCA kind of world. I'm so sure when he comes, he'll tell you what VUCA means, yeah? So interestingly, also, he loves to sing. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Vimal Shah. Let's appreciate him once as he gets on stage. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I see the energy in the room is good, right? Anyway, it's 21st of September, International Day of Peace. All protocols observed, all the distinguished speakers, all our guests. In fact, every one of you in this room is probably distinguished today. Because if you're here on an International Peace Day, you're also healthy, you're also alive, you're also, doing well. I think you've got to celebrate life. So why don't we all clap for you guys to celebrate your lives? Thank you. I've been asked to speak about the power of voluntarism in shaping peace together. And I think the discussion around end racism and build peace is pretty appropriate. To me, the discussion around racism is equal to tribalism. It's the same thing. When you say racism, it's tribalism. If it's tribalism, it's discrimination. It's for any form of discrimination, whether it's male, female, or whether it's, class. And if you say class in terms of people, I think it's all forms of racism. So I think when I talk about racism or whatever, I think it's all forms of racism and discrimination, all that stuff. And I think we moved from one form to the other based on our upbringing or based on our conditioning. So with that, I just want to say that I think very appropriate day. It's exactly 9 years today. 9 years ago, we had the Westgate terrorist attack. Exactly today, right? And that was not a day of peace. Not for Kenya, as far as I'm concerned. I lost a brother there, a younger brother, and I think it was a pretty sad day for all of us. And we could see that whole thing going on for a few weeks, and I think we've never recovered from that. And I think Westgate also hasn't recovered from that. But really, International Day of Peace, the UN, thank you very much. Of course, we've got the diplomats here with us. But again, at the end of the day, we've got the UN General Assembly going on right now on an International Day of Peace. So I think it's about celebrating life. Daniel, thank you very much, Professor Bowen. Also, I think when we talk about in Kenya Daima and the peaceful elections, are we not all relieved? How many people would say they're relieved that we had a very peaceful election? Put your hand up. Great, I see unanimous. Everyone agrees to that, right? And what's important, right? So peace and happiness. What comes first? Happiness or peace? Can you have happiness without peace? Can you have peace without happiness? So I think it's cause and effect. One is the cause, one is the effect. So I think the power of voluntarism, that's what my topic I've been told to talk about. Let's talk about voluntarism, right? What is volunteering? You're all students, a lot of you are students here. You do volunteer, I'm sure you volunteer, right? President Nalwa, the presidents, deputy presidents, I spoke to them earlier this morning. And I think the issue around volunteering, I don't think you get paid for your positions, right? It's volunteering, right? You've had elections, you've had your own campaigns, you fought hard and you actually won the elections. But the point is that people didn't have to vote for you, did they? Did they have to vote for you or did they wish to vote for you? They wish to, right? So the difference between volunteering and not volunteering is simple. It's about saying, do I volunteer, which means do I wish to do something or do I have to do something? Now, a lot of people who are in gainful employment talk about, oh, Monday morning, I have got to go to work. It's called the Monday morning blues in business. Monday morning blues, although we're in blues, but the discussion around that is, I have to go to work. Isn't it very difficult when you have to go to school, or you have to go to university, or you have to go to class? Very difficult, isn't it? What if it was a wish to? What if it was that something you really wish to? Angela, you really wish to come here today, right? And you came. If it was a have to, we'd find excuses. Oh, I've got traffic, I've got this, I've got that problem, and all those sort of issues. So the issue around voluntarism is where I wish to do something, I want to do something. And that's the big power. So I think the biggest power is not about being instigated. You know, there are three types of areas where we can tell people to get action done. One is by instigation. Instigation means I poke you and say, fine, you've got to get this done. Ginajan University, go do this, get it done, right? And then they get it done because they've been instigated. Or University of Nairobi, right? Same thing. The second way is by motivation. Motivation means we dangle a carrot in front of people and say, oh, there's a carrot here. Go for the carrot. You know the story of the carrot, right? You dangle it in front, but you never get to it, and you're always trying to get to it. So that's another way, motivation. But motivation is like bathing, right? We need it every day. We need to bathe every day. Therefore, motivation is needed every day. The third thing that's powerful would be inspiration. By inspiration, when I'm inspired from within, when I wish to do something, when I want to do something, then nothing stops me. I could even call it being internally intoxicated with it to say, fine, I wish to do something, I want to do something. That's the power of volunteerism. That's when we say, fine, let's go do this. Now, I'm sure you're all students, but if you're a parent, you know that. Anybody who's had children would know that very well. If you have a young kid or a young baby, and if they don't want to eat, the mother can do whatever they want to do, right? The child is not going to eat, right? And they're going to struggle and say, oh, whatever. They get into tension. But when the child wants to eat, when it has to eat, it's difficult. When it wants to eat, what happens? Nothing can stop it, right? Because it's going to eat it. In fact, I've seen children even eating soil, right? Because of a craving. So my point is the difference between have to, wish to, and a want to. So wish to, want to comes in one space, and have to is another one. So I think in this case, if we look at it from what Daniel talked about, and I think what we've talked at in Kenya Daima, I could give you a whole speech on what it worked with, and it was totally voluntary. There was nothing that was, it's a paid job. In fact, the Mkenya Daima theme, probably you don't know what Mkenya Daima is. Let me give you a small brief about what it is. Mkenya Daima was started off 10 years ago in 2012. Obviously coming with a backdrop of what happened in 2007, 2008 when we had post-election violence. Like Daniel actually put it, maybe it was not post-election violence in 2007, 2008. Maybe, I may be controversial here, maybe it was ethnic cleansing. Maybe, right? But overall, when we look at it, it wasn't because of elections. It was because of some tribe against another tribe. And that's where we talk about ending racism, ending that. And I think, frankly, I've got to say thank you to Kenya in a big way, to Kenyans, all of them, to the Wajibu Wangus. You know, we took responsibility, and you took responsibility as students to say that never again are we going to go there. And I think thanks to NCIC also, Dr. Skitter, well done. Super job for elections in Villanoma. But the objective there was clear. Never again are we going to have that sort of violence. And I think this is what's happened. You checked our languages, you checked our songs, you checked our words that we spoke about. I think behavior change did happen there. But Mkenya Daima was a complete unification, bringing people together on a very voluntary basis. Who are these people? The private sector, the entire private sector in Kenya was brought together. Of course, inspired by KEPSA. At the same time, we brought in the religious organizations. And I think our religious people, I can see them here. Thank you for being together. The entire religious organizations came together with us. And the third big factor was the civil society. There's a whole civil society that used to be different from saying we're different from everybody else. They came together. So we got civil society, we've got the religious bodies, we've got the private sector coming together, and then we got the media. All the media, mainstream media, were with us on this front, right? To say we will all be champions. And the best icing on the cake was university student leaders. We got all of you university student leaders, and if you were one of those leaders who came on board, I think we did address them at KICC, there were 2,000 of them. University student leaders got together and said, we will be champions of Kenya Daima. And they didn't have to do it. They wanted to do it. That's the big difference. So overall, I think that came up. And then, of course, the diplomatic corps who helped us in doing it, unifying it. I think the UN, the EU, the Danish embassy, I would say specifically, all of them came together. And then, of course, NCIC partnered with us too. NCIC may be government, but it's still a separate body because it's the National Cohesion Integration Council. I think that was crucial to bring these people together. All non-state actors came together. To do what? To say, speak truth to power. Now, when you say truth to power, it doesn't mean we are hitting below the belt. We're not talking about that. We're talking about shaping behavior. Shaping behavior in a manner where it is good for the country. We had very clear norms, and I think this is an important thing about voluntarism. The norms were clear, non-partisan. Non-partisan means don't go back and say, I am with this party or that party. No, anybody with that would be put off. Number one. Number two, multi-stakeholder. Everybody was inclusive. Everybody was brought together. The youth, not only the university students, sorry, I need to add one more. All the youth groups in Kenya, and we have plenty of them all across the country. They all came together to say, fine, here we are. Now the thing there was inspiring everyone. Inspiring them to say, we have moved from haki yetu. You all know, right? Haki yetu, right? University of Nairobi, thank you. You know, when we used to have power problems in your dorms, we'd have stoning on the street, right? Not anymore. That's gone. So that was the haki yetu to say, fine, now we are against the forces, or we're doing this and we're protesting. It's gone. So we moved from haki yetu to wajibu wetu. And from wajibu wetu to wajibu wangu. Now, when we brought it home to everyone to say, it is my responsibility. So the question that came up is, je, wajibu wangu ni nini? And that was a big question. What is my responsibility as a citizen, as a Kenyan, as a responsible person here? And I think like your President Nalwa talked about it, Daniel talked about it, it was as easy in the past, and I'm talking about 15 years ago, it was easy to use university students because there was no name to it, but they were activists and they had no issues to say, fine, hire them, you know, rent a crowd, hire them and get things going and really disrupt meetings or disrupt crowds. This time they were not used. So the way it was done was by inspiration. By saying all the student leaders, all the people who come there, come together and let's look at this depending on candles. You are all candles waiting to be lit. Now I put this question, if you light one candle, how many more candles can that single candle light? Anybody give me a number? You're all in math students, right? Who can give me a number? If you light one candle, how many more candles can it light? Number? Infinite, right? It is absolutely infinite because once you light one, it lights 10 more. Those 10 can light 10 each. That's another 100. So the multiplier effect of that happened. And that's how this happened. This whole Mkenya Daima movement happened in that way. To say, let's cascade it. We went to the university student leaders and they told them, in every university start doing this campaign. Let's get it done, number one. Number two, the religious leaders. All the religious leaders, and we're proud of them, all of them, they carried this to their churches because they have a congregation every Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, right? And they talk at the pulpit. And I think that was important to say, send this message across. And I think the fact that Kenyans, and I talk about peace, right? Kenyans are peaceful people at heart. Do we agree or do we not agree? How many would agree that Kenyans are peaceful people? So we all agree, right? Now, there was no dispute on that. However, when we met a lot of the foreign press, we met a lot of the people from outside saying, okay, we're here. On election day, at 9 o'clock, I was on Bloomberg TV worldwide and talking about it's a peaceful country. There's nothing that's going to go wrong. And they said, oh, hang on, we're waiting because things will start happening after the elections are done and the counting begins and the counting is done and the elections are announced. They were waiting for those spots. Thanks to all of you, each and every one of you, nothing really happened. Now, the picture on CNN, the big picture there was some guys burning tires and peacefully standing around the burning of tires. Now, picture was taken by CNN as saying there's some trouble in Kenya. And really, there was no trouble. So I'm just saying that the foreign press were instigating us, right? Or were motivating us to say, do this or whatever. Now, what Daniel talked about, we had actually got all the candidates, all the presidential candidates had signed a document called a leadership and a peace pledge. This was signed at KICC in public, in front of everybody, and the signatures were displayed. These were also portrayed on social media so that the presidential candidates, the governor candidates, the senator candidates, the 89 parties had all signed up to say, if we have a problem, and I think there was another charter. One was our leadership pledge at Mkenya Daima. The other one was NCIC's, what was it called? Political Decency Charter. These were both signed by all the candidates live in public, and all the 89 parties signed this, so that this was cascaded down to them. To say that I will not be a part of any violence, I'll not be a part of any mobilization or whatever. Now, the power of voluntarism there is, this changed the behavior of the leaders. It came to them, and actually when the results were going to be announced, there was counting going on, there was recounting going on, these pledges were being shown to them to say, this is what you committed to. So the power of voluntarism and the power of commitment to say, I stand by this. I have declared this is my norms. This is what I stand by. And I think even elections bill Noma was stood by. So I think the behavior changed there. So when you have volunteers at the same time, you need to have certain norms. And I think the norms were clear that this is what we will play by. It's the same way as you play in a game. Whichever game you play, right? There are certain rules. You follow the rules, right? And you follow the rules, and then, of course, you win or you lose, or you step out of it, right? So I think that was important, and the power of voluntarism there came up to say people were inspired to make sure we won't do this. Now, what Daniel talked about in terms of my candidate didn't win or my candidate didn't lose, we had 16,000 candidates standing up for elections. How many vacancies? 1882. For 1882, you had 16,000 candidates standing, and you had clearly known that out of the 16,000, only 1882 would win. So how many would lose? Right? It's 14,000 odd something, right? But that means 90% of the people who stood for elections were not going to make it. This was known, and this was announced in a lot of broadcasts and a lot of media, and this was published to everyone to say, look guys, we better be careful, because 90% are going to be grieving or not going to be successful. And only 10% are going to go through. And then whoever wins, they've been vetted, they've been checked, they're all Kenyans. For sure, they're all eligible. So really, who matters, who wins doesn't matter. It is the vote of the public of Kenya. And it's the public of Kenya that has voted, and that's what's important. So I think this was an important thing about having a peaceful election. Number one, peaceful election does not mean that it was the absence of competition. It wasn't. It was very competitive. And in fact, the figures at the end were 50 point something and 48 point something. That was a close election. And that's why the reason was, oh, we don't trust it, let's check it again, check it again. And I think for 3 or 4 nights we were at Bomas with the observers. In fact, I'll tell you one more story. We met up with all the election observers. The EU, we met up with the EU observers, we met up with the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, and the whole IRI from USA. We had met with the President Kikwete from the ESC, all of them. All the observers told us, we are surprised. We are very, very shocked at the systematic way of things that happen. And people even observed the counting, they observed the checking of the Form 34As and all that stuff in a peaceful way. And I think everybody was watching their screens wherever they were. I think there was a lot of media attention. Now, was there absence of fear? Was there absence of fear? No, there was a lot of fear. Now, the point is the fear psychosis was because of what? What was the fear psychosis about? If my candidate loses, what will they do? If my candidate wins, what will happen? Right? And that was a big fear psychosis. So yes, even Kenya Daima or NCIC or Elections Bila Norma, all the observers, they came here because worldwide there was fear that things can go wrong. But the important point was we valued Kenya much more than my principal or whoever, and I think that was important that stood the day. To say we valued Kenya in a bigger way, to say it's important for us. We can't let it go down. I know the EU observers also said to us, we can't let Kenya fall. Same thing with the EU, same thing with the US guys who came over. And everybody says, we can't let this democracy fall. Now, we have adopted a democracy in Kenya. We're unlike Ethiopia or we're unlike Rwanda, where it is democratic, but it's not as democratic. Although I'm sure there's no media here. Don't cover me on that. But I think the point is we've adopted democracy. In a democracy, we will compete, we will win, we will lose. We've got to accept that. And I think the power of voluntarism there and the basic guideline today for ending racism and build peace, I think we've turned a big page for Kenya. We have. And I think never again are we going to have tribalism or racism coming into our elections. And one reason for that could be we've got 44 tribes. Right? We've got a big, diversity there, and we've got to be happy with our diversity. We've adopted people. We don't have a problem. The parties now and the coalitions now are mixed, and that's important. I think all the leaders understand this, so let's look at it from an angle of saying never again. What's my advice and what's my talk to you about as students, as future presidents, future MCAs, future senators, future governors, right? All of you. They could be here, we don't know. But the advice would be to say, let's not go that route again. Let's not go the Kabila route again. Let's take responsibility and say, fine, it's my responsibility. If my friend is going astray, can I bring them back? Can I give them a reality check and say, fine, come back, do something better? Is it possible? Tunaweza? How many of you would commit to say, I will also nitatenda wajibu wangu? How many of you would say, nitatenda wajibu wangu? That means that I will take responsibility. Just put up your hands, because if you don't, it's fine. If you put up your hands, thank you, everyone. So I think the point around this is that let's make a commitment to say, I will make sure that I will stand up. Whether it's in my university or whether it's in my own family. I know all of you are not married yet, but when you get married, do we hold elections? For those who are married, do you hold elections? And say, now you are Minister for Home Affairs and you are Minister for Work? You are Minister of Salaries? No? What happens? Those who are married, just tell us, what happens? It's mutually agreed and we accept the result, right? And somebody takes up a role and they play that role. So, nitatenda wajibu wangu. Can we take that role up and say, fine, here we are. And the beauty is Kenyans have come a long way because now we've gone to gender balance, right? We were talking about 30% gender balance, now we're at 50-50, right? Beware the men, the women are coming. So I think overall we've come a long way. All I want to say and end this talk about is the voluntarism we talk about, volunteer. Sometimes you are voluntold. Voluntold means not volunteered, but voluntold that, okay, Skitter, you are going to be in this committee and therefore you go there and you volunteer because somebody told you to be there, right? Let's make it a wish to. What you wish to do, let's get that done. An important thing that there would be that what you wish to be, you can be. Now, why I'm saying this to students here is because you have goals, you have ambitions, you have a vision, you know what you want to do and you know where you want to go with that, right? How many of you have a goal clearly stated? Clearly stated. It's okay if you don't have one. How many of you have that? Okay, good. So if you don't have that, I would recommend that you go and write up your life goal in terms of where you want to be, where you wish to be. In 2030, where will you be? What will you be doing? In 2032, where will you be and what will you be doing? Now that's a goal, that's a vision of where you want to go. Because if that's set as a direction where you want to go, you will get there. In fact, my theory is that the universe will conspire to get you there, right? So really make that. And that's the power of prayer. When we talk about prayer, we are actually praying to ourselves to say, let this manifest, and it manifests. So I think overall, volunteering in many places. Now I've seen many volunteers who come out and do things for Mkenya Daima. They do that for universities. They do that for various other places, right? Now it's not a contract where you said you get paid for it. Where you get paid, that's a job. And you then follow the KPIs, you follow what's being done there. But in a volunteering, right, we're trying to say, I wish to be in this position. I wish to be in this religious organization. I wish to be in this church. I wish to be in this organization of Global Peace Foundation. Why not? And you can volunteer. A lot of times, volunteers would say, what do we get out of this? Do I get money from it? In fact, at Mkenya Daima, initially we had a people coming and saying, do we get paid for this or not? Otherwise, we don't join. We said, no, it's voluntary, right? And that's how we could bring all of them together, including civil society. Because civil society also have contracts of what they got to do and what they get done. But this time it was more about Mission Kenya. I think that was important. So I just want to end this note by saying, Mkenya Daima is your project. It's not our project. It's not a project that we say we are doing it. It's your project. Can you own it? Yes, you can own it. Can the students own it? Yes, you can. Are you candles lit or unlit yet? How many are lit already? To say, I can be a Mkenya Daima champion and I will make sure. Thank you. I think that's important. So this is where you can go and light up your fire in, I'm not talking about little fire, I'm talking about make everybody volunteer to say, let's join this movement. And it becomes a big movement. We are not a political party. We have no political ambitions. And I think it's important to state that it's not about politics. It's about a peaceful Kenya. And we're so proud of everybody who did whatever they did across the nation to make sure peace prevails. So I think the religious organizations, thank you very much. Civil society, thank you very much. Private sector, thank you very much. It was cascaded by every employer to all the employees down the line. So I think that was important. And of course, the media, I think responsible media, I would say hats off to you guys. You did a fantastic job of making sure you do not report any violent scenes. And the proudest moment for all of us is not a single life was lost when the results were announced. Isn't that proud? Aren't we proud of that? Can you all clap for yourselves? We did a good job in Kenya. So I just want to say, you know, when we talk about ending racism and building peace, it is my responsibility. It is your responsibility. So it is something about nitatenda wajibu wangu. When we talk about making sure that we volunteer, it's again my responsibility. So, is Kenya going to be a peaceful nation in 2027? I actually wrote to the CNN about this. I said, when we had violence last time, they wrote a hotbed of violence. So I told them, make it a hotbed of peace. And they said, wait, things could still go bad. You see the skepticism, right? They all were skepticism. Now, oh, something can still go wrong. It's still going to go wrong. And I talked to them about one thing. It's about trust. They do not trust what we say in Africa, with due respect to the West. They do not trust what we say because we have defaulted. We have faulted ourselves many times. And it's time for us all to stand up together and say, never again is Africa, or Kenya at least, let's talk about Kenya because that's in our control, never again is Kenya going to go that route again. I think with that condition, we can end this discussion here and say, never again are we going to go there. Let's show it to them by action rather than say we talk about it in speeches. I like us to move out of NATO. NATO means no action, talk only, right? And really get into action. And I think, proud of all of you. Thank you very much for listening to me. And of course, Angela, I'm sorry for taking a bit more time. But I think it was important to say, Mkenya Daima is your project. You are Mkenya Daima. And I think we needed to play our song. We have a song which is called Shangilia Kenya. It was donated to Kenya Daima by Chief Wasonga, who sang this song originally, and then they changed it to Mkenya Daima. Now it's Mkenya Daima's song. So I thought every president we have in Kenya, including the current and the past, who are resting in peace, have danced to it. So if we play that song right now, we will all have a small dance to it, and then probably we can end. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And just before Dr. Vimal, before you leave, you could perhaps volunteer to lead the song. Yes? I mean, we're in the spirit of volunteering, yes? So, tafadhali Daktari, please lead us with the song.
Sure. Can I have dancers with us?
Volunteers, this is a chance to even get a photo with Dr. Vimal. Anybody is volunteering to come here on stage as he is leading the song?
Student president.
Media team, it's Shangilia, the Shangilia song. Shangilia. I was hoping that they have it. I don't think they have it.
I have it also. I have
Yes, I think you can play it here. You can sing along to it.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka, tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu.
Can we dance? Can we dance to this song? Move your hands. Let's go. Haya, twende.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele.
At the back, I cannot see the hands. Let's go.
Hatutaiacha milele daima.
Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu,
mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.
Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe,
mimi ni mwenye Kenya daima.
Sitadanganywa kamwe na porojo.
Team at the back. The team at the back. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate each and everybody. Let's appreciate. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Vimal Shah, for leading that team. Thank you very much. So, the pressure is getting worse. The pressure is getting? The pressure is getting? Yes, so speaking of volunteering and peace dialogues. We would love to now understand what is the role of peace education in countering and preventing violent extremism. So if I can ask, what does violent extremism mean? Nimesikia kuna watu wa UN, MKU, Corporate University. So who is willing to take up that question? And you just never know. You might go ukiwa na present with something. So who's willing to partake that question? Anybody? And we can have a mic. My mic? Yes, please.
So, hi everyone, my name is Susan. My understanding of violent extremism is taking up extreme ideologies that, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please tell us your name and the school that you come from, and then you tell us your answer.
My name is Susan Sindani. I come from the School of Life. I'm not a student. I'm a PCV expert. So my understanding of violent extremism is taking up the ideologies that would support use of violence to support a certain political, religious, or social ideology. So basically, it is taking up action and being driven by an ideology that justifies use of violence against innocent people. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Susan. Let's appreciate her. And I want to have one more because at the end of the next speaker, we're going to get which is the most correct answer, and they're going to be going with something. So who is also willing, I'm looking at this side now, who is willing to take that question? Acheni kusink ndani ya seats. Sit our bully.
We have one
here. Yes, please.
My name is Vivian. I'm from JQuat, and I think violent extremism is commissioning or encouraging violent acts so that you can attain a political, religion, or economic goal.
Fantastic, fantastic. Anybody else who's willing to try so that I cannot lock anyone out? Anybody?
Inside our nanga maoni.
Anybody? Nyinyi ndio maoni. Okay, all right. So hold that thought. Thank you.
My name is Eddie Ocharo from Light Academy High School.
Let's appreciate you. Meskia High School. Amazing. Please proceed.
Violent extremism is the belief in violence in order to support political, religious, or certain ideologies in the community.
Thank you very much. So now, we're going to have our next speaker is going to talk to us about violent extremism. So you guys need to concentrate because you're the people who will tell me who I need to award. All right? So now our next guest speaker is the Deputy Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Kenya. And I'm sure as we voted, we saw gentlemen and women as also having that kind of logo as they're observing the elections. Did we vote, by the way? Did we vote? Yeah. So I'm so sure you guys did see the people who had those jackets and the logo. That was the European Union Election Observation Mission to Kenya 2022. They were one of the key partners in assessing the 2022 Kenyan electoral process. So they have continuously partnered with institutions like, of course, NCIC, Global Peace Foundation, and recently had a project in Marsabit, a marginalized area. And once reminded us, our deputy ambassador, that conflict eruptions like Ethiopia and the Russia-Ukraine war, she reminded us that how precious, fragile peace is and how important it is to work on prevention, dialogue, and cohesion before it's too late. Please join me in welcoming the EU, Her Excellency, Miss Kathryn Hegman. Let's appreciate her. And she's also a lover of science as well. Let's appreciate her.
Welcome. Asante sana. So I came here with a few footballs that you see here. Another sort of conflict prevention mechanism. Although there was a football war. Anybody know? No, no, there was an actual war called the Football War. Anybody? Is anybody volunteering, knows anything about it? It was a very short war, I think 4 days or something, so you're excused if you didn't. And before your time. In the 60s, between Honduras and El Salvador. But anyway, but in general, I think sports is a great means to prevent violence. So I have a few, I think you may have ideas on how you want to distribute them, so I will leave you to that. Thank you very much for inviting me. We in the European Union are always happy to speak about peace. The European Union was founded on the beliefs. Use this one? All right. Okay. The European Union was founded on the aftermaths of war and the thoughts about how can we prevent this from ever happening again. The question of never again also very strong. And I was particularly happy to talk about education, because that's an issue where I think I'm actually a product of that. I'm German, and specifically I'm from Berlin, the city that was at the center of so much violence. And I think after the Second World War, there was very much a reflection on what do we do for this never to happen again. And my generation was taught by the first teachers who were sort of post-war teachers. So they were the ones who came and said, what do we do? How do we teach differently so that children no longer become adults that want to go into aggression? I'm not volunteering this as a solution for Kenya or for Africa or for anywhere else in the world, but what I think was important was that there was that reflection and that discussion, and I think that's what's important for you in university. How does whatever job I'm taking up, what does that mean? How do I contribute with my job to making peace happen in this world? For the teachers that taught me, the conclusions that they had was that there was too much rote learning, there was too much sort of facts, and these were the wars, and this is how many, this is where we lost, we won, whatever, and dates and so on. So they went away from that. So I had a year, for example, on the French Revolution, and at the end of it, I went to my mom and I said, who was Napoleon? And she was shocked, but the fact is that my teachers thought it was much more important to look at what were the causes of the French revolutions. So we read forever Voltaire, Descartes, we read all of that. We discussed around how did we get there, what were the problems, what were the signs, what were the signs that maybe could have prevented this or could have prevented the violence that then came after the sort of initial revolution, which is the bit that probably was we would agree was maybe not so great. I mean, similarly, for the Second World War, we never got to the actual war, because what we discussed was the Weimar Republic. What were the failings of the Weimar Republic? What were the failures of the League of Nations? How could it be that 20 years after the First World War, which was so disastrous, we get to a war again? And so for my generation, the teachers, they thought it was so important that the students could analyze the facts, could analyze also the institutions that in terms of how weak or how strong they are, and to be active and to be reflective and to speak up. And so that was the kind of students they were raising in the Berlin of the 70s. And that sort of brought me up as a child, as somebody thinking that there couldn't be racism, there couldn't be violence anymore, because we've had this really terrible thing happen, and we've learned from it. And I have to say that this is how, when I first went abroad, obviously as a German, you're always asked about the Second World War, about Holocaust. And so I was asked, and I said, no, that's the past. We've learned from it. We've moved on. This is never going to happen again. And I have to say I was shocked, even with sort of little incidents that then happened in the 90s. I came back, and suddenly there was a burning of a house of migrants living there. I wasn't so much shocked by the actual burning. I was shocked by the people standing around clapping. That this still could exist in my country. That really sort of woke me up, that actually peace is something that you have to continuously work on. It's not something that's achieved once and that's it. And I think that was sort of, we had that discourse of the end of history in the beginning of the 90s, and I think it's very clear now that this is a continuous process. It's like a marriage. We had the marriage already coming up. You know, you have to keep working at it. You can't just say we loved each other. You have to keep it's a day-to-day process, says somebody who's not married, but that's a different story. So anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. We're very happy to be here. We've been very happy to see the elections, to see how peacefully it unrolled. We were there, as you were told, throughout the process, from the very beginning. We've been there talking to all the actors to see what can we contribute. And it was very important for us to hear from the Kenyans, that we don't come and say, this is how you should be doing this. No, this is your country, it's your elections, and you have to live with the results that are coming out of that. That's not, our interest is how can we help you, and why do we need, first of all, because we love Kenya, and we love being here, and we want this country to stay peaceful. But the second one has also been mentioned already. It's important for the region, it's important to show the world that Africa can have peaceful elections, that Africa can have a working democracy, and that then the results are respected and by all. So that was our goal in what we were doing in all of the governance programs that we were doing for the last 2-3 years, was to say, what can we contribute? And I think we came up with a few things that are specifically in that area of sort of elections melanoma, in the area of violent extremism. I found some very good definitions. I'm not an academic, so I'm not going to judge who is the best definition. But I think we have to give it to the high school student. I think we all agree. So congratulations on really reflecting so deeply on that. It's great to hear. So what we're investigating today, these are important issues, more so this year as we're seeing the running of a largely peaceful elections and the first signs of and I think we've sort of forgotten about the first signs of post-COVID recovery, another big aspect of what has dominated Kenyan issues in the last few years. Often in Europe, it was mentioned, when we think of Kenya, when we think of Kenyan elections, there comes this image still of violence. But when you outside elections mention Kenya, conflict and instability are actually very far from our thoughts, and that's a good thing. We want to see in perspective of sustained growth, increasing digitalization and social and cultural progress, and that's what's dominating the conversation, and that's rightly so. However, it suffices to open a newspaper to see that conflict can erupt in any place, and it can erupt again in Europe with Ukraine at any time. And we have to be wary of any political risks, vulnerability that may expose the country to conflict. And this is why I said it's something we have to keep working on at all levels. We've been at the lookout for these risks in Kenya and elsewhere, and have invested considerable resources to tackle key threats to security. Knowledge, proper information, and dialogue are essential antidotes to conflict. For this reason, a very important part of our job is to support and establish civil society platforms that allow different constituencies to exchange, confront ideas, and put stakeholders around the same table. In these fora, youth is especially engaged, and we take the opportunity to have our partners inform, explain, and educate youth on their rights, their possibilities, their duties towards their country and their community. So youth has been a specific focus. This has been actually the international, I think it's the International Year of the Youth, or is it the European Year of, I forget. There's too many, is it international? Thank you. International Year of the Youth. Youth is actually, that's actually grammatically incorrect. It should be young people, but everybody says youth. Civic education features strongly in our support and prevention of electoral violence this year. And I was very glad we were able to support NCIC. And I'm sure Dr. Skitter here will talk more about this in your mandate to educate the public on political participation, democracy, and social cohesion. Looking at the need to prevent as much as possible electoral violence for the upcoming Kenya elections in 2022, upcoming then, the EU have supported a comprehensive package of actions aimed at addressing the most pressing threats of peace and stability in the country. We worked with civil society actors, and you mentioned Marsabit. We still have to launch some of these projects because then we got too close to elections, and then my security guard was also sort of like, oh, we can't send somebody to Marsabit at that point. But so there's some of these projects we still have to launch, even though the elections are over. It's a bit odd, but the fact is our projects were never designed to just be about the elections. They were designed to be about peace building. And so obviously that continues after the elections. So there's still a good point to keep launching the projects even when the elections have happened. So we worked with civil society actors, with the IBC, with parties and the media to make these elections as transparent as possible. The flow of information and communication from TV, radios, and different media outlets definitely prevented the sense of exclusion, resentment, and fear of not having a voice in politics, which we know as a driving force to extremism, violence, and radicalization. You have to have a voice, and I hope you all are using that voice in whatever channel you have. In the same spirit, the EU is at the forefront in the fight in promoting fact-based, fair, and balanced information. This was a key ingredient to counter fake news, and I think we have seen quite a bit of that also here in Kenya related to the elections. I think all these microphones are interfering, so I'm trying to stay away from my speech. So we've had a project with UNESCO, for example, that was also working with a lot of the social media outlets, including Facebook, and making sure that that actions are taken to strengthen access to reliable information. Is it this one? Is it better now? Yeah. Access to reliable information, sensitive reporting worldwide, but also in particular here, training and empowering of journalists and identifying when things go wrong. We have recently enhanced our engagement with online medias, notably the social media platforms, to help them tackle the issue of harmful content more effectively. Media outlets can monitor harmful narratives and promote positive content to encourage peaceful elections. Previous election cycles in Kenya have seen, however, some media outlets becoming polarized and contribute to further division among communities. Political, and it was very rightly pointed out that this continued to some extent with some of the foreign media, unfortunately. But we worked with the local media here, and I think there we've been much more successful. Political intolerance and hate speech has also proliferated on traditional media outlets and social media platforms, with users unwilling or unaware of how to moderate that content. Though not strictly traditional peace education, we look at media products as learning tools, and their capacity to penetrate different layers of society is I think you can all agree to. In Kenya, we have such a high use of mobile phones. We have areas of the country where, yes, there may not be internet everywhere, but we're getting there. And this is how many people do get their information. And this is how much of the information is spread. We will continue supporting the preventive measures on countering violent extremism. This is an important area for us, and this region here is one that we look particularly on, not so much as much about Kenya, but because of where you sit within the region. We will do so by focusing upcoming interventions on the most vulnerable, the young people, and seeking to provide meaningful mentorship programs, we've heard about mentorship before, combined with livelihood support. Vulnerable youth still have needs, and it is at this level that we can make a difference. It's all very well to give you, sort of empower you, but you still need to also have a livelihood. We have invested heavily in women empowerment, and there I think one of our most successful programs has now gone into its second season. So this came as a very dry, very bureaucratic call for proposal, and shows that even when we do these kind of things, something very creative can come out of that. And that was the Miss President. Who has seen Miss President? Not that many? So Miss President is a reality TV show that was highlighting that women actually can be president, and they were competing to be the top Miss President, and in the end there was a vote on the top, but the actual important part was not who won in the end. It was all the finalists from all the counties of Kenya who were all who were selected already for their volunteerism, because you had to have a project in order to qualify. So they were passionate about something already, making a difference in their community already, and then they came forward, and they were mentored, they were taught, and we have seen now that from the first intake, that was 2-3 years ago, 3 candidates have been elected to positions in the current elections. So we are actually making a difference here, showing that women can lead. We've had some other sort of very prominent cases of CASs that came out of that show. So, and other Miss Presidents may not in the end go into politics, but still use that platform to really launch their career wherever they're going, to make a difference for Kenya. And I think I'm really excited to see that this is now the second season. We're not funding the second season quite as much. It's the Canadian High Commission that's doing the bulk of the funding. It was the other way around in the first round. So, but it's still, I think, a very good show. And I'm very happy to see these participants now have a seat in the National Assembly and bringing their dream of participating in the political discourse in Kenya to a reality. This feeds peace and reconciliation and inspires thousands of boys and girls to consider the many ways in which they can contribute to a peaceful and vibrant Kenyan society. Few would argue against the fact that peace education, intended first as the need to respect different views, identities, and ideas, starts in the family, starts at home. And it's great to see that that now comes, that we get young people more involved, because that in the end is one way to also counter the extremism. If you have a way to actually make your voice heard, make your ideas heard, make your different views also heard in a public space, that counters the violent extremism. And knowledge here is crucial to prevent violence, and hence our efforts to support Kenya so that we never find ourselves caught off guard should a threat arise. And that is why education is so important for the development of a peaceful society. And as I said, I am very much a champion of education to help peace in a country, here and elsewhere. Let me conclude by thanking the organizers for this event, and I very much hope that you achieve your goal, not just of highlighting the International Day of Peace here today, but to instill the wish to bring peace into this world to as many students here as possible. Asante sana.
Let's appreciate Her Excellency. So we have a better understanding of what violent extremism is. Yeah? So now I want to call Susan, the lady who answered this side. Yes, if you could please come on stage. And our dear high schooler, if you could please come on stage. Let's appreciate them. These are the people who answered this question. And I want to invite my co-MC Joel. Beba hizo mazuri tuko nazo. Lakini nasikia kuna mtu atapata notebook na wengine watapata
senior high schooler tu.
Ai, tumurumia tu?
Akaandike notes.
Okay. So
sini ukweli lakini. Nimpe football. Tutampea.
Okay, so we want to appreciate them for answering that question, and we'll start with Susan. Ukauneza mpatia hapo wristband pale ya EU, ya Daystar. Let's appreciate them. Hey, and then due to public demand. Hey. Remind me your name? Ochoro. Hey, Mr. Ochoro from Light Academy High School.
Angela,
hey.
Then kuna wale tulisomea polling station.
Mimi nakwambia for real.
Watu wakawewe.
Light Academy. Light Academy.
Yes.
So due to public demand, let me tell you, you will have the notebook. Let's appreciate him. And then can you pepeta? Can you pepeta this?
Kiatu, shoe game.
Now ukiweza kupepeta 3 times, you will go with that ball.
3 times. Kuja hapa mbele, kuja hivi.
Take the challenge.
Just come. Yeah, there. All right. It's okay.
1. What? Hey. Let's appreciate him.
Wow, what's your favorite sport? Rugby. Ooh, Rouge. Ooh. Also play rugby, you know. It's true. Nini?
Relax.
All right. Tumpe dola ama tusimpe?
Tumpatie ama tusimpatie? Tumpatie ama tusimpatie?
All right, this is it. Ndio tumpe. What's your favorite subject? Biology. Teach us something new about biology. Tukupe dola.
Okay. You have different sections of the brain that perform different functions. The largest part of the brain is called the cerebrum, and its function is memory coordination. It basically handles the role of thinking. You have other parts of the brain like the cerebellum that controls the motor parts of your body, for example, maintaining balance.
Hey.
Kwani nilikuwa shule gani?
Yeah, police station.
All right, so tumpe ball, ndio? We all agree. All right, you can have the ball.
You can have the ball, and now our dear Vivian, unaweza mpatia wristband. Ama hata unataka kupepeta. Ukipepeta, you go with the ball. Hey.
Sasa tupe nani ball surely? Tupe nani? Wachana na hizo, wewe angalia yenye unaona stage. Wachana na hizo, tupe nani? Tupe wote. Wote watatu. Hey. Hey.
So kuna wale wanasema tupe wote watatu. Hii pande mnasema nini? You're so quiet.
Wote watatu.
Moja tu. Moja
peke yake.
Hii side yangu inasema just one ball. One ball ndio tuko nayo.
How about we do this? Angela, okay. How about we do this? Huyu apepete, labda yeye ni pro na hatujui.
By the way.
Na akona,
ready.
Kwani hii jokes?
Hey, bond ready.
Na heel.
Hey, makofi tafadhali.
Surely. Kaa nayo. Mimi
naona, me what I'm saying. Juu amejaribu. Tuwapatie yote. Wote waende nayo.
Ama wagawane hii.
Mimi naona tupatie wote kabisa.
Sawa, unaweza leta MCD. There's another one here. Okay. Angela pia wewe pepeta.
Nijaribu.
Yes, you can do this. I believe in you. I've seen your growth. I know you can do this.
But now, let me tell you, I have somebody else who can pepeta.
Who?
Mazee Prezo. Prezo is.
Nalwa.
Come on stage.
Let's appreciate Nalwa.
Come on stage. And also, as we are welcoming Nalo to come, I think we can award Vivian and Tora.
Hata Nalo pepete hii alafu ndakupea. Yes, ata sign. Sawa. Nalo.
Hey. Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you.
Lakini Nalo atupatii ball. Atupatii. Pepeta tena, pepeta ingine. 10, fika 10. Na mcount. 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey! Tafadhali.
Angela, I have a feeling. Nalo usiende, I have a feeling kuna mtu hapo kwa crowd anasema anaweza shinda Nalo. Si kuja, usiogope.
You're welcome on stage.
Kuja. Hey, Baraka. Hey, Barak. Let's appreciate Barak akikuja.
Ai, madem bana. Anyone.
Kuja juu.
Gender balance. Karibu. Just come on stage.
Kwani hamjui jokes?
Hey.
Aya, Barak, let's go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Nive bwana. 19. Ngojeni, niliwaambia ngojeni msikie. Ulikuwa shule gani? Polling station. Watu wa polling station mmeiba hizi vitu. Hebu tuone ile nyingine.
Kuna mkubwa kwa hapa. Wacha ajaribu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Alright.
Makofi kwake.
Alright.
Kuna
mtu wa kamera tafadhali piga picha. Mambo ya bolo acha. One more person. A lady. This is your moment to shine. We have Karibu tafadhali. Girl power.
Hey.
Ladies in the building bana, wapi makofi? Hey.
That's the spirit. And as she's walking on stage, now you can see the power of sports in promoting peace. Unaona sayara tumechangamka, si ndio?
Msaidio. Thank you. Unataka kutoa viatu ama ni hivyo tu? Alright. Let's go.
2, 3. Ni sawa, mpatie tena jaribu. 1, 2.
Inateleza. Ni ball. 2,
3, 4.
Wacha tuone mwenzako. Huyu anakaa we.
Ready.
Let's go.
Uko sawa.
You can do this. I believe in you.
Makofi kwao. Let's appreciate them. Mpaka nimeitishwa ball. Let a ball.
Vile ameisimamisha ogopa tu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Hey!
7, 8.
Hey!
Hey!
Nasikia a big shout out to Falcon ladies. She's from the soccer team.
Nice, nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice. Hey, sawa. So if I can get kila mtu apate a wristband to appreciate these guys. Let's appreciate them. They've done a good job.
Kuja. I'm actually told what to play ball. Ball ni mingi. And I will actually invite European Union to come and award them. Let's appreciate them as they come on stage.
Excellency, Miss Kathryn. Let's appreciate her.
Hey! Zinaletwa. Nisaidia na ball zingine? Or ndo hizi hapa?
So let's start. Miss Excellency, due to public demand, I'm being told.
Upepete.
Upepete too. Pepeta is.
You do that thing.
Do this, if you can try.
It is not us, it is them.
Not us, me, it's what I've been told.
I've never done this before, so this is going to be interesting. But
You can do this.
Watu wa picha, this is your moment. Hey!
Wow,
Makofi.
makofi.
One more trial. Hey! Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. So now let's start by first awarding the first three who actually answered the question of the topic that she was discussing about. So let's start with Susan. Watu wa picha, this is your moment. Let's appreciate her.
Songa mbele. Your picture. Yes. Thank you.
And next, we're going to award Vivian. Let's appreciate them.
Kuna boyfriend leo atagiftiwa mpira.
And our dear high schooler from Light Academy. Let's appreciate them. And next, let's have our volunteer as well. Let's appreciate them. Next is Ruth, to appreciate for the boldness that they came on stage. Let's clap for them. Hey, Nalo, kwani wamini unapatiwa ball?
Nalo apewi.
So let's appreciate them. And next, let's also appreciate him. Thank you so much for your boldness. Oh, sorry.
Right. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Miss Excellency. You can go back to
President.
Tupatia President.
President.
Hey, nalo napendwa. Ni hizo internship umeitisha. So let's appreciate the President, Daystar University.
Did you actually know that it's Nalo's birthday?
Hey, Nalwa, ungesema mapema and Vimal Shah would have sung for you.
Mande, wenye tumebaki ni sisi na sauti.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Let's welcome Director Daniel Juma.
Oh, wow.
Hey, before we take this photo, Director, Pepeta too. Pepeta. Have the honors. Pepeta.
Uko na evidence. Form 34B.
Hey. Let's appreciate for your director.
Director, I have an interesting question, yeah? I have an interesting question. Which team do you support in EPL? Arsenal. Nilijua tu, nilijua. All right.
All right, let's have that photo. And smiles. It's a peace day, it's a celebration. All right. Watu wa picha mko sawa? All right. Let's appreciate each and every person who's here. Her Excellency, Miss Hegman, Director.
Dr.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Angela.
Yes.
Which team do you support now that we have balls around?
First of all, Man U.
Hey!
First of all, Man U.
It's our time.
It's our time to shine.
All Manchester United fans in the building, are you?
All right, all right. So the pressure is getting worse and worse. I hope mmechangamka sasa. And now we want to go to the next topic, yeah? We're going to go to the next topic, and now, due to gender balance, we want to call bishop. We have a bishop in the building. So the role of church, we all know that the church has a key role to play when it comes to promoting to peace, indio. Nanga kanisa, sindio? Yes. So now, he's an executive member. He's an executive member of the Inter-Religious Council of Kenya. This is the IRCK, which is a coalition of all major faith communities in Kenya that works together to deepen interfaith dialogue and collaboration among members for a common endeavor to mobilize a unique moral and social resource. So also their key specialty is peace and governance, health and social being. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome me in introducing Bishop Dr. Waruri.
Let's make a round of applause for him.
So he's going to talk to us about, as he comes on stage, beginning the process of self-reflection and how to stay connected as one family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Isn't this a beautiful day? Yes, it is a beautiful day. And in the scriptures, the psalmist in Psalms 118 says, "This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it." So allow me to say, praise the Lord. And thank you so very much. You've said amen. I'm so very much excited to be here today. And it's a beautiful day for all of us as we think about peace. I have my friends with me, Madam Rana and our country representative. Thank you so very much. And Dr. Skita, God bless you so very much. My friend Imam Khan, God bless you. Director and everyone. Our president, God bless you. All protocols observed. I would wish that allow me to ask a question about how you felt during the elections, and especially that material day in Bomas, and then how you felt after the declaration. And I want us to be free, and please tell me, how did you feel? What were the emotions that were going around about your heart and in your mind? Anyone?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Zamzam Bonaya. I'm the Vice President of Cooperative University. How I felt before and also after the results were announced.
And during.
And during. There was actually some lots of tension around the Bomas area, and we could see people had marched there, and it seemed like there was a candidate that had been predetermined or something. It was like people knew who was going to be announced and stuff. So we had lots of tension renting the air. And also we were quite 50-50, whether violence would break out or something. Yeah, so there was just quite some tension.
A lot of tension.
A lot of tension. However, after the results were announced, there was quite some calm, and people just resumed their daily activities or something, and you wouldn't see anyone getting out there to fight or something. People just resumed their daily activities. Yeah, so relatively there was some calm that
Very
I
well.
noted.
And right now, how are you feeling about being a Mkenya?
Oh, how I'm feeling
right now?
It's like we didn't even have elections per se.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah,
That is Madam
things
who?
have.
Madam?
Zamzam Bonaya.
Zamza, God bless you so very much.
God bless you too. Thank you.
Yes, there is a friend and a lady behind there. Give me how you felt, your emotions. No, there's a gentleman and a lady. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Derek Kimata. I work at AOLF. I'm a member of AOLF. So before the elections, I was very hopeful that we'd win. So there's that joy, that excitement during the polling station, during the election, and when there was the tallying and everything, there was that shifting emotion. Then later on, during announcement, it was somewhat disappointing watching. But our family, there was a split reaction, so it was somewhat disappointing watching my other family members celebrating and others, and we had not won. But afterwards, it just came relaxed. It was relaxing. Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
So he says there were tensions, there was hope that was sometimes deferred. Thank you. Give it to our lady behind you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Jemima Kibandi from KCA University.
KCA.
Now you've asked what was the feeling before, during, and after. So before, I was excited. It was my first time voting. So I was very excited and I wondered, how would it go?
Yes.
Now during the during the election period after I voted now, I was kind of tensed, and you could see even the mood of the people around me, they were tensed. I was in town on that day, the day the results were being announced, and you could see people looked like they were running away from town. They didn't want to be there. You could even hear people saying, "Gari ya mwisho," and it was around 3 in the afternoon.
All right.
So now after, I was also kind of tensed because I wouldn't know how people would take it.
Thank you.
Because there were some results from the previous years, and now I had hope that it will be better.
Thank you, attention. So now, because of time, I'll tell you what. Any hand around this side? Yes, here. Please kindly. 2 more, if you don't mind, because of time. We want to save some time.
Yes, my name is Bethia Havyarimana. I am a student at Daystar University, and I'm from Burundi. So obviously I didn't vote. I can consider myself a kind of observer. For me, how I felt before. From the past of Kenya elections, I was a bit tense because I could see that the way that things were going, the way that people were talking, there was hope for peace. But of course, from the past, it was very skeptical. But during the announcement of the elections and afterwards, I can say that I was very impressed. I was very proud of Kenya as a country, and I feel like Kenya is getting to a place where they can set the standard for the rest of East Africa, especially. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Joseph Owino, and so during that process, during the election process or voting process, I was at home. I was glad to be one of the election observers. People, got to the polling station as early as 4, not to go, exercise the democratic right of voting, and the county up to the voting exercises, there was a lot of peace and calmness among people, just ensuring that there's a bit of turnout. so that they get the maximum number of people they require to ensure that voting goes on well. Counting went into the night, even past midnight. I witnessed the process, being an observer from my place. Then going to the subsequent days when people are following up on the progress of the counting bit from the constituency and the county tallying centers, heading up to the national tallying centers, that is at the Bomas. Now there's that, with the changes that happened, especially when you compare the last elections, how IBC conducted, the presidential result tallying, with what happened this at the time, there was that bit of difference, and people were, everybody glued on the screen, checking on what is coming, what is, telling in at the moment, and with the results being posted and through the different media stations also giving the links, people are anticipating. People, many people, were getting confused because there was no that uniformity in what the media was telling.
Now tell me,
yes, sir.
One emotion that was lingering in you.
For me, I had controlled my emotions, but the experience that I had in my...
yes,
yes,
that is
I
okay.
controlled my emotions.
That is okay.
Yes, so what happened, especially the experience of the day that the announcement was made of the president-elect, there was that bit of tension that happened even in my area because we had even transport services coming from the village back to the city, was halted by different transport providers because there was a bit of tension even, that is from Nyanza. Right. That is because of the emotions that people had, with the announcement of the results that happened.
Thank you so very much. Now, tufikishe hapo, because I'll tell you what, from here, I have another assignment. I'll have to run to the airport, and because I'm going to some engagement. But we've been talking about expectations. We all had expectations. I've heard from you. You've spoken about hope. You've spoken about tension, disappointment. Those emotions were moving in us. And I want to believe what we must do constantly is to manage our expectations. There are some people who are very disappointed. Others were very excited. And as you know, elections, somebody said, or it is said that politics is a dirty game. Others say politics is a murky business because it is emotive and it can cause divisions. It can polarize a nation, divide family, and it can also divide religious organizations or formations. Now, we must have the knowledge of how to manage differences. And we are one nation. And what I would want to say is we have to keep the main thing the main thing. Elections come and go. And it is important for us to realize that we are a family and that peace is paramount. We have to keep the law. It is our sacrosanct duty before, during, and after elections. Our Constitution safeguards our rights as individuals to hold different opinions. So, looking back, because here we are talking about reflection, it is important for us to reach to a point where we pause and we look inside and we ask ourselves, where are we? And where are we going? And what are we expecting? So we need what is called disciplined, intentional introspection. And life must follow instructions. So it is important for us to pause, to stop, to reflect. Looking back helps us gain the proper
perspective and the proper we can see clearly. We have looked back and we have the right perspective. Now you become a person of purpose. As a person of purpose, you must know how to react. In your reaction, you must be informed. Don't react through anger, desperation. You have to weigh your words, your action. You have to be considerate. Self-reflection is a moment where you go back to school or to class, where you unlearn and learn again. And because nature does not entertain vacuum, you have to learn and ask yourself, what lessons did we or have we learned through the elections that we have been holding? We just closed the 2022 elections just a month after casting our ballots. We feared as a country that we could plunge into violence, but God has helped us. Peace is a child of justice. Justice, in real terms, is all about good governance. Good governance guarantees justice. Where there is bad governance, injustice is an obvious feature. According to UNDP, good governance is characterized by 8 key principles. Number 1, participation. Number 2, the rule of law. Number 3, transparency. Number 4, responsiveness. Number 5, consensus orientation. Number 6, equity and inclusiveness. Number 7, government effectiveness and efficiency. And the last one is the accountability. Racism, discrimination, corruption, misuse of office, etc., are things that undermine the principles of good governance. They undermine justice and eventually undermine peace and cohesion. This election succeeded because the institutions were able to observe these principles to a larger extent. IEBC, the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, the Police Service, the Supreme Court, and other tribunals all tried to observe the principles. Where there is no consensus, for example, we saw what happened in IEBC, and the country was coming near, or it was coming to near chaos. As church leaders and religious leaders, we had to step in to ensure that IEBC completes its job. As religious leaders, we worked with these institutions, and we have been working with these institutions since 2016. John Paul, a Christian scholar, wrote a book entitled Why a Muslim Scholar in Pennsylvania Matters to the World, featuring the biography of Fethullah Gulen, who was born in Turkey. John Paul has given us 5 key elements of relationship that can make this world a better place. 1, the integrity of participation in the non-violent practices of religion. 2, principled pluralism manifest in a commitment to dialogue. 3, engaged empathy, deep feeling for the suffering of the world, and willingness to engage on behalf alleviating that suffering. Number 4, our commitment to spiritual and scientific literacy. Number 5, organizational model of social enterprise accountability. The Hindu Council or Hindu community, PAPs, are celebrating the 100 years of their leader, Pramak Swami Maharaj, who lived a peaceful, humble, and simple life that has positively influenced millions. I quote Pramak Swami Maharaj. He says, "In the joy of others lies our own." I repeat, in the joy of others lies our own. In the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9, our Lord Jesus Christ said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God." So I submit to you people, this is a wonderful nation that God has given us. Let us make it a better nation. Leave it better for posterity. You know, it was given to us by our forefathers, and they got it through blood and sweat. My very father was put in prison, concentration camp called Manyani. My mother was imprisoned in Kamiti during the Mau Mau uprising. So this nation has been loaned to us, and it is stained with blood and sweat. And I would submit to us that we ought to realize that we have posterity, our children that need a peaceful nation to call home. With those few remarks, with the fact that I have to catch a plane and leave within a short while. Nasema asanti sana. I should have told you, when I came in, I felt like a lion in the den of Daniels. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Brother Bishop, for reminding us on the importance of faith and the role of faith in promoting peace. So, in the interest of time, we're going to fasten ourselves, make haste, and I want to invite our next speaker, who's the CEO of NCIC. That's the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, who of course have been a big partner in promoting peace in the country. So let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Skita Ocharo, who is going to speak to us about ethnic polarization and its impact on accountability. Let's appreciate her while she comes on stage.
Thank you very much, Angela. Angela, you need to be a broadcaster. You have the voice. Yeah, you're a very promising lady in the future. Yeah. I want to ride on the protocols earlier observed by my colleagues who have been here earlier, but I would want to recognize my friend Daniel, the Executive Director of Global Peace Foundation. I'd like to recognize in a special way our Deputy Ambassador and Harriet? Sorry. Kathryn, I keep on confusing Harriet and Kathryn. Kathryn, we have been with you a lot of times. I also want to recognize in a special way my dear friend and working partner and colleague that I found in the UN, and that is Rana Taha. We have been working together. She's the Peace and Development Advisor to the UN Resident Coordinator, and the other colleagues who are going to speak after me. It is a great pleasure to join you today. I also came around with my son, Eddie, and I'm surprised he came and he was awarded. I had not spoken to anyone, so I did not rig. So please, Katrina, I didn't take part in that. But I'm happy that he could take part. Now, today is a very, very special day because it's the International Day of Peace, and it is celebrated every 21st day of September of every year. And this day was first recognized and made by the UN, and we keep on observing that day. So the theme this year is End Racism and Build Peace. And the sub-theme we have taken is A Redeemed Country from a Peaceful Elections. We have just completed our elections. We are now having the transition process. So it is a very relevant sub-theme to us, and I think very important for us to have this discussion today. My topic today is the ethnic polarization and its impact on accountability. But first, I'll want to have a reflection on what we did in order to deliver this peace that everybody is speaking about. Everybody is saying we didn't expect to witness and to realize and to enjoy that the peace we are enjoying now. Everybody thought that these elections is going to be very mushy, but we thank God that we have peace. But it didn't just come like that. It took a lot of effort. A lot of effort. And everybody who is in the program and everybody who has spoken before me, they have mentioned on the critical role they played. So I will just take you through on what we started by doing. Of course, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, it's an agency that was created after the post-election violence that was realized in Kenya after the 2007-2008 elections. So just like the UN, just like the EU creation, it came after some violence. There is something that sparked this idea of having an organization that will take charge in ensuring that Kenya enjoys peace, that Kenya is a cohesive nation, that there is well integration in this country. So after you realize all that happened, the parliament discussed and they thought in their wisdom that it is important for them to enact a law that is the National and Integration Cohesion Act, and that is what gave birth to us. So our job generally is to ensure that we have peace in the nation, that we are cohesive, that we are one. Despite the fact that we are 41 ethnic communities in Kenya, we remain as one. So they are deliberate efforts to ensure that we remain peaceful and do have a very cohesive nation. And that's why in 2020, the NCIC came up with a roadmap to peaceful elections. We had to do that so that we can be able to put our heads together, put all the stakeholders together, ensure we are well coordinated, everybody knows his role, so that we can be able to work as one and then ensure that we deliver peace. And now, we had very many partners. We had the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. I know what you could also check to find out what they do. We have the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. We had to bring them on board. We have the EACC. We had to bring them on board. We have the Ngao's office, that is the County Commissioner's office, the Deputy County Commissioner's office, the chiefs and the sub-chiefs. We had to bring them along. We had to look at the Interreligious Council of Kenya. We brought them on board. We had to look at the National Police Service. We brought them on board. We had to look at the Media Council of Kenya. We brought them on board. I mean, there were so many stakeholders that were key and pertinent that we identified and brought them together so that now we can be able to start the deliberate discussions and see how we can get into a peaceful elections. Dr. Vimal was here and he was telling us how BBC was reporting news here in Kenya. They were speculating that there's going to be a lot of violence and conflicts, but that did not happen because the people of Kenya wanted and maintained this peace. So why am I saying that? Because media group is a very special group. In an election process, it's very, very special group because they give information to the public. The public is not here, for example, today to know what we are discussing about. But the media is going to take the news and information to show them that these people here in Daystar, this auditorium, they are talking about this and this and this, and they'll be able to know what we are all doing. So the Media Council of Kenya was very, very critical. And we discussed and we deliberated. We looked at the earlier elections. These are the mistakes that happened. Can we, moving forward, not have this kind of mistakes? Can we avoid it? Can we have deliberate news reporting? If somebody tells you that there is a fire outside there, are you going to report the same, or you are going to look through your window to find out whether there is fire or not? So that kind of thing. And this time around, by the way, as we were trying to organize to have peaceful elections, there were so many threatening factors. There were a lot of hate speech because people now moved and migrated from the public rallies to now the media spaces, because everyone has a gadget, and you can decide what kind of news to post. So there was that critical factor that we also had to look at. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot of work that was happening behind the curtains. We also had to look out for the development partners. We looked at the EU, we looked at the UNDP, we looked at the Swiss embassy. Can we do this together? So we brought them on board, and in one way or another, we got the resources, we got to organize ourselves, and we started working. Behind the curtains, we also had the Uwiano platform. Uwiano platform is cohesion platform, where the relevant stakeholders also come on board, and then we discuss, we coordinate, we ensure that we are having peace. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'll try to tell you is that it did not just come. It was a deliberate effort. There was a lot of civic education. Everybody now started talking about peace. And everybody, you could talk to anybody, he will tell you that all I want is peace. I don't even care who is going to be elected. All I want is peace. And all I want to do is my business to go on, because I need to put food for my family. So this was very much appreciated. We took deliberate efforts of mobilizing border borders. On our roadmap to peaceful elections, we had mapped out and said that border is a special group. Every border knows each one of us where we live, especially in the villages where everybody knows the other. So we thought that was a critical group. We called them for a national symposium. We got hold of all their leaders. By the way, you should know they are well coordinated. They are well structured. Even up to the grassroots, they have leadership like that. So they were a very critical group to speak to. So we spoke to them. We shared what we think they need to do. They also told us what they think is supposed to be done. And after the symposium, we had agreed and how we are going to move forward. And you could see many of them with peaceful election messages behind there and all that. We also had a symposium with the Interreligious Council of Kenya, and we agreed from that day henceforth, we are going to have specific themes in churches, and these themes were related to peaceful elections and maintenance of peace. When you go to the mosques, they had those special messages preached to their people. When you go to the Hindu, where the place of worship, they also had special themes throughout the week, and they could be able to carry it out. Then we also conducted an intergenerational dialogue where we brought the youths throughout the country together. We had a meeting with them with the Council of Elders, because we thought that it is also important to have the elders meet with the youths. They exchange their ideas, they share what used to be done before and how they think it can be done now. They also discussed on how the youths now, they can take part. Youths are a special group because one thing you have the numbers. The other thing is that you're very energetic. You are very creative in your minds. And therefore, we were happy that we were able to create that, to tag along the team. We also identified a special group, that is the women. We took the women together. When we were going for dialogues in the villages, in the grassroots, they told us, no, we don't want you to mix us with the men. Just have our, women discussing alone because we have our special issues, and really that is what we did to them. They were telling us quite a lot of things, and I did not know that even women take part in the conflicts, by the way. Yeah, like when there is cattle, rustling there, they sometimes take part because they tell their men, how can you sleep in the house when others are getting, they are stealing animals? Why can't we be rich? Go also and fight and pick animals. Are you seeing that? So women also take part in these kind of things, and it was very special for us to speak to them because they understand the family. They form that critical part of the family, and they can stop or they can fuel this conflict. So we spoke to all of them. Management of hate speech. At one time you used to hear NCIC being called the Hate Speech Commission. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard NCIC being called Hate Speech Commission? Yeah, we used to be called that because we were very, very keen to check what the leaders are speaking, what anybody is speaking to the other. Because if we are not very careful, just words can spur violence. So we were very deliberate on that. You could hear people say that during elections, we want to tunataka kutoa zile kwekwe. I mean, we want to weed the farm, meaning that they want to remove the minority. So those words are very, very sensitive, and they can really disintegrate the nation. So that's why we were very keen, and we could write them summons, we meet with them. If it is intense enough, it can go to court. So there is quite a lot. We also had a multi-sector forum where we had the Judicial Service Commission on board, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Treasury, and what we were doing there is to discuss, are we set? What needs to be done? What needs to be pulled here and there? And all that went very well. So I am glad that everyone was able to play his or her role, and therefore we realized the peace that we have always wanted to have. Now, going back to my topic, which I'm going to be very, very brief, because our session was to end at 1, but now I can see it is 1:15. My topic is on ethnic polarization and its impact on accountability. And I'm sharing the experience by the National Cohesion and Integration. Kenya has got 42 different ethnic communities. 42 different ethnic communities, and these ones are, we know the major ones, like, we have the Kikuyu, we have the Luya, we have the Kalenjin, we have the 42 of them, you can imagine. So to define these ethnic groups, I will just mention 3 elements that are used to define. These are people who speak a common language, people who share a common culture, and also who tend to share a geographical territory. A geographical territory might not work so well because we have had internal migrations, people moving from one place to another in order for them to seek employment, to also establish businesses and all that. So sometimes it's mixed up. But in Kenya, you can look at a person and say that this is a certain tribe, isn't it? Yeah, you can look at the executive director of Global Peace Foundation and say that he's a Luo, isn't it? If you look at me, what community, where can you place me? Kisii, where else can you place me? If you look at me now, because you can look at somebody, even the accent. Luya, Luo, Kalenjin. Okay, I'll tell you that I'm a true Kenyan. I'm a true Kenyan because I don't have a specific language that I can speak. My mother comes from Kiambu, that's a Kikuyu. My dad comes from Vihiga, Maragoli. So where do you place me? I'm a Kenyan. And I'm married in Kisii. So, and that is what, as NCIC, we want Kenya to look like. We want people to intermarry so that the issue of identification, that this is specially Kalenjin, this is specially Maasai, we get rid of that so that we call each other Kenyans, and that can take us very far. So the issue is, how is the ethnic polarization likely to affect accountability? NCIC also does research. You remember just before elections, we launched a hotspot nation mapping. You remember we did that? And we had counties like Nairobi, counties like Mombasa, counties like Uasin Gishu. We termed them as hot because of the variables which we were using. It indicated that they can be a hotspot. And we released this. And when we released, many people did not like it. And I like the reaction by the former governor of Uasin Gishu. He wrote several letters to NCIC condemning us how we can term Uasin Gishu as a hotspot area. It was really bad because to him, he thought, no, it cannot be. But then we told him that is now a call to you, that you do whatever you can so that you prove to the whole Kenya that really Uasin Gishu is not a volatile county. And indeed, they did a lot of work the county government did, the national government also did through the Ngao, and really we did not observe any violence in Uasin Gishu. And that is why today, as we celebrate the International Day of Peace here, we are also, as NCIC, marking the International Day of Peace in Uasin Gishu because of the difference they have proved to Kenya. And indeed, thank you. And indeed, if we are very deliberate, each one of us, we can cause peace to be our main agenda and ensure that we have a peaceful workplace, a peaceful country, and we can enjoy our country. Now, accountability is a very, very important topic and an important thing to us as Kenyans, because you always want to get a leader, and a leader who is going to be very deliberate in whatever he does so that you can see the results, so that he can be able to prove or maybe act to fulfill the promises that he gave. So this issue of accountability, it is very important because as citizens of Kenya, we need to hold our leaders we elect, and even those ones in office, accountable to whatever actions they do in those offices, to whatever decisions and the policies they put in place. Now, how or what is our role as Kenyans in holding our leaders accountable? We have laws in Kenya that are very deliberate in ensuring that the aspect of accountability has been given a good weight. Like in the Constitution of Kenya, you look at the Article 10, where it speaks on the national values and governance. It emphasizes so much on patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, also the human dignity, equity, social justice, equality, non-discrimination, and also it emphasizes a lot on good governance, integrity, transparency, accountability, and finally, the sustainable development. So it means that when these state officers get into office, they remain accountable to the people of Kenya. And that's why the Constitution tells us that you can go and demand an explanation on what action is being taken. You look at the County Government Act, there is a lot of emphasis on public participation. That is to ensure that the voice of the citizens is put or is considered in the planning of the activities of the counties. So there is a lot of emphasis on that. And as Kenyans, it means that whenever there are those public participations, let's be deliberate and attend. Let's give our voices there. Let's give them feedback of what we are finding and what we want to be changed. Because we need also to ensure that whatever the law says, these leaders also are accountable. Like, for example, we must have at least 30% of the minority in the counties included. So we have to ensure that that is done. If a county gives a list of names, for example, of the chief officers and the county executives, and you realize that it's not gender balanced, you have a voice, you can project it and say, no, this cannot happen because of this. And you've observed quite a number of, sometimes, cases go to court. So there are also various laws, like like in the PFM, that is the Public Finance Management Act, where it stipulates how you need procurement to be done, ensuring that you do not forget the special groups of the youths, you don't forget the special groups of women, you don't forget the special groups of people living with disabilities or people who are challenged differently. So we, as citizens of Kenya, we can challenge if there is no inclusion of women in the procurement process, then we can be able to mention that we are not agreeing with because of A, B, C, D. And it is important that we understand all this in order for us to hold our leaders accountable. And as I end, I will also want to bring this behavior of Kenyans. When, for example, we have a leader who has misappropriated funds, and then there is a complaint, is taken to EACC, what do we see here in Kenya? People carrying the banners and saying that huyu ni mtu wetu. So, wachaneni na mtu wetu. So, you are forgetting that this person is supposed to be accountable, but because he comes from your area, you say, huyu ni mtu wetu, stop taking to court, stop victimizing. So, that is a very bad thing. We should all be Kenyans, and we should hold accountable all these leaders we have elected. But I'm very sure that this practice is going to end, looking at how elections has happened here in Kenya. Previous, it used to be along the ethnic lines, but in the previous elections, we did not see that. The Kikuyus were in Azimio, they were also in Kenya Kwanza, because you saw Martha Karua the other side, we also saw the DP this other side. So I'm very sure that that thing is going to end. And also the deliberate pronouncement by the president the other day, saying that the Azimio or the other team led by the Wajakoya and our other presidential candidate, they are going to hold the government, they are going to oversight. So in case of any problem, they can be able to mention, meaning that the new government is deliberate in ensuring that there is that accountability. So as I end, it is important to remember that by the nature of things, all human beings are interdependent, and more so those who belong to the same nation. God bless you, and God bless our land and nation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Skeeter. Let's appreciate her one more time. So, in fact, In fact, as she was speaking, she mentioned about how NCIC did spearhead and brought all these partners, especially the EU Global Peace Foundation, Kenya Daima, to promote peace. And it is with that that even us as the youth, we had the motivation, the encouragement to also do that. Yes? So now since they came together and we had the election, our next topic now, we would want to know what did the UN, because we have UN here with us, so we would love to hear about the UN's reflection on the Kenyans' 22 election. So the UN played a crucial role in contributing to a free and inclusive electoral process. So she will take us through the UN Kenya reflection on peaceful elections. She's Miss Rana Taha. She's the Peace and Development Advisor, UN Resident Coordinator's Office, Nairobi. So let's appreciate her as she takes us through the UN Kenya reflection on the elections. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I know that we're all exhausted by now from all of the speeches, but it's also very difficult to speak after you, Dr. Skitter. Very compelling speech there. Since most of the discussions this morning have been about football and about children and recognizing the son of Dr. Skitter, I want to start by telling you something small, a small story about my son, who's 7.5 years old. So my son, Liam, I've spent the last 3 years working with him on his obsession with football. Absolutely loves football, crazy about it. He's been taking a lot of lessons, trying to perfect his Maradona spin, and if I didn't have high heels, I'll try my Maradona spin, which I learned from him. The thing about Liam is that he's extremely skilled, but the problem is, immediately after he finishes a tournament, if he loses, then God helps the other guy that won. Liam is going to beat him until he says that Liam won. Does that sound familiar? It's human behavior. We all our education, all our schooling is about learning to accept defeat. It's also about learning when you win, you don't go saying, I won, and rub it in the face of the person that lost. It's about managing your own celebration or your own loss and saying, next time I'll be better. Next time I'll train more. And looking for reasons within to make you a better person, to make you a better player, and not blame everyone else except for yourself. It's taking responsibility. This is what I've been trying to teach my son. This is what you all have been taught by your own parents. This is what we all learn through politics, through our own work every day, because we all also lose. I lose every day in different ways, and it's very difficult to accept. And sometimes also, we need someone to help us heal when we lose. So it's all about responsibility of the different parties. How can we come together as a nation, the one that won, the one that lost, to actually say, you know what, we are one team, we are trying to build Kenya, and we will move forward. And there's another day in politics. That's the good thing about politics. You win one time, you lose one time. The UN, when people ask me, what did the UN do? And here I cannot but see nudies as the background. So my bosses will not be very happy. I want to draw your attention to the UN banner. And UNDP is one agency of so many that came together to support Kenyan elections in so many different ways. Skitter talked about all the great work that went in public, which you've seen, by the different institutions, Kenyan institutions, by Kenyans, by every single one of you who protected the peace, who resisted engagement in violence, who continue to want to move on with your own lives after the elections were done. Everybody played their role, and there was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes. And all of these things were done behind the scenes to keep the peace. And I want to congratulate all the Kenyan national institutions that played a huge role in making Kenyan elections a success. Congratulations to Kenya. Congratulations to every single one of you for making your country a proud one. Democracy is a journey, and if you look, do not look only at this election. Look at what Kenya came from, the various elections you had, and be proud of the upward trajectory you're going on. Support this upward trajectory. Continue insisting that Kenya must continue being an oasis of peace, an example not only for Kenya itself, but for Africa and for the world. I want to bring to you an example as you project forward. I'm an Arab, I'm a Muslim, so at the height of the Islamic Empire, at the height of that time, when every Muslim on the face of the empire was proud of being a Muslim or proud of that association, no one would have thought at the time when Europe was plagued with all kinds of problems, diseases, dysfunctionalities, no one would have thought that Europe will become the first world and the Muslim world will regress. No one. If you would have said Europe or America, which at the time was not even on the map, would be the first world, people would laugh at you. And I want you to imagine your country at the top of the world. I want you to imagine Africa in a few years from now at the top of the world. It might seem laughable right now and unrealistic, but trust me, the world moves, history moves, and it moves because of you. You are the engine. Continue contributing to peace, continue marching forward, and I look forward to being here, watching Kenya, enjoying this fantastic country, and seeing you move upwards and onwards. Thank you very much.
Okay. And thank you so much, Ms. Rahatana. And my apologies. It's just because the banner came a bit late, but we do recognize you and we really appreciate you. But my apologies from Daystar University. My apologies. Let's appreciate her one more time. So our next speaker will talk about the role of youth in peace building and conflict resolution. So in 10 minutes, she's going to talk about peace building, youth empowerment, and our speaker is the public communications and advocacy practitioner at State House. And also she's a top 40 under 40 Africa. And also she's a peace ambassador, youth empowerment and leadership, and also she's the head of East Africa of AFTA. That one nitawapatia time Google what AFTA means. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome Miss Ruth Mweni.
Vijana hoye, vijana hoye tena. So I'm going to be very quick, but standing on all the protocols observed, I just want to say habari zenyu wote. It's good to see all of you. It's good to see and my seniors sitting here. I just want to appreciate you, Daniel. Thank you very much for this opportunity. You're really supporting us as young people in this society. A round of applause for Daniel one more time. Thank you very much. So they said, my name is Ruth Mweni Mukwana. I'm a public communication expert. The other titles that she said, I currently lead East Africa and AFTA in the regional group. This evening I'll be heading to Rwanda because we have a conference for young people. And I'm so glad that we have so many young people who are sitting here. And one of the roles that we should have as young people in this society is to be doing something so that you're busy, your mind is quite busy and well engaged. So quick, I will highlight on my story. But before that, because I want us to have an engaging afternoon, I want to know who is a youth. And how many youths do we have here? Daniel, do you think you're a youth? Eh? Oh, your youths are there. Okay, Angela, thank you very much. I hear you're a youth. So can someone tell me quick, who is a youth? 2. Then I'll give you a present. Na mnapenda zawadi, eh? Where? Okay, come. But you've really participated today. But come. Another one? I want a student to also tell me, the student from the university, tell me who is a youth. Yes, come, my dear. Do you have someone who is at 40, 35? Wapi mikono yao? Okay.
Hello, everyone.
We don't have a man. Oh, come.
I know that a youth is someone who is, okay, it's an age group from 18 years to 35 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Constitutionally,
I like you.
a youth is one who is in the age, categorized in the age of 18 to 34 years old by the Constitution of Kenya. But other doctrines define it separately, like one in UN, I think UN defines it from 18 to 29 in that category, yeah.
A youth is a young person from the age of 35 to 18. Thank you.
From the age of 35 to 18?
Yeah, 18 to 35.
Hi, my name is Dennis Kiari. I can define a youth as a person. Firstly, officially, a person who's from age of 18 to 35, but I believe a youth is a person who is vibrant at heart and inspires person to grow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think everyone here is right, is kind of right, is it? Yeah, so I would want to appreciate, but I think vibrant at heart, you still be a youth, Sindio. Those are the elements that we're looking at. So the 4 of you, so it's good to participate in these meetings. So we're going to have a youth lead meeting in December, and it's going to be in Arusha. And Kenya has been given 6 slots. So make sure you get in touch with me after this. Maybe we'll go to Arusha together. Thank you very much. Yes, that is what youth empowerment is. Thank you very much. So, so quick, as I pick it up from there. So this year, I want to appreciate NCIC. I want to appreciate the media at large. We were quite in a panic mode because we didn't know what was going to fall after the elections. Kuna wale walikuwa wa baba, kuna wale walikuwa wa Kenya Kwanza, na kuna wale walikuwa wa Jakoya, si ndio? So it was quite a chaotic time. But what happened to all of us is we stood in the spirit of being Kenyans and we believed in ourselves, and especially the young people. So there's a stereotype that young people are always the victims of violence, Sindio. But this is what I realized this year when we were going through this moment, that young people were actually the champions of peace during this election. And I would want you guys to just clap for yourself because you did quite a lot. You did a lot of civic education, sensitization in your universities, different places, and you really took the mandate of speaking about peace as young people. So my first point would be, let's stop being victimized as youths, that we are the ones who spearhead violence and all those things. Let's be champions, let's be community mobilizers, let's be peacemakers in our homes, because peace also starts in our homes, in our organization where we work and all those things. So in addition to that, I think it's good, even if you're jobless, to just, God has given us talents, Indio. In our talents, let's learn and pick it up from there. Let's use our talents to create money and to also build on ourselves, on our careers, in our futures, so that when your mind is engaged and you're busy, mentally you're at peace, and you also have something that you're doing behind the scenes. So you're also building on your career, and you're not allowing anyone to tamper and interfere with that opportunity, isn't it? So even when you're in school, knock at these doors, and I'm happy that the standard is here. Go to their places and find internships. Go to Mr. Daniel, ask Mr. Daniel, what is it that I can do? Don't just be idle, because an idle mind is a devil, isn't it? So it's good to just be engaged, so that in whatever thing you do, you have all the capability of just generating an income out of it, so that your mind is at peace. So in addition to that, this year we saw a lot of young people going for leadership positions. What does that tell you? We have 4 or 5 of them in the parliament right now. We saw Cherono. How old is she? What's her name? Chero, what's her name? Toto, yes. She's 20, I think 21, 24. And then there was another one from Meru, is it Nyeri, a guy? And then I think there were like 2. And the other day they were being interviewed, what was their motivation? And so let's stop saying that for you to be a leader, you need to have a lot of money. It's about the values, the things that you believe in. It's about you standing up for others. It's about you being a voice to the voiceless in the society. So if you come and tell us here that you want to be a women rep in the next 5 years, so we start planning, working on your branding, your communication. We start working on your ethics, etiquette, how to eat, how to dine with king and queens like Daniel in whatever positions you are, and the UN, you know? So I think it is important as young people that we stop looking down upon ourselves, and we just have the mandate of shining above each and everything. So if you're young and you're here and you have goals and ambitions, how many of you want to become leaders, like politicians? Hey, I'm gonna ambitions. Where? All of you. Okay, ambassadors. Oh, nice. Those are my people. Doctors. Hakuna daktari. This is not a school of medicine. Journalists. Okay, good. So for you to be a journalist, you need to know how to speak. Sindio, you need to know how to address your audience. You need to know how to write stories and all those things. So you need to have something that keeps building on you. You need to sharpen your working tools. You need to be at the right spaces at the right time. Don't be just everywhere. Don't be a busybody. It's wrong to be a busybody. Madam Julia here can tell you, because you've been following suit in everything she does. So you have to be very well placed, because if you're everywhere, again, sometimes you miss the point and you also do not get the journey right. It will be very unfortunate if I would leave here without talking about discipline. So most of the time they say we are the ones who go, I consider myself a youth, sijafika hapo kwa hiyo miaka ingine, so I consider myself a youth. And our NCIC would agree with me, because even Chairman Kobia calls me a youth. So, yeah, so I would want to say that, can we ask people like NCIC, can we ask the UN to create positions for us in this society? Because I think we are very well disciplined. And before the end of the year, there's so many activities that they want to launch, there's so many activities that they want to engage. We have social media platforms. We have technology coming up. And this one, I would want to request a standard. If we can be having an IG live for peace, instead of just gathering us here once in a while, because we are technology at least developed. We have Instagram, LinkedIn, we have all those platforms. If at least once in a while we can have a peace live, and then tag all these people and have this, we create employment for them. So that at least as mobilizers, as I don't know if we call them peace brokers, I need to be corrected, as mobilizers and all those things, if we can at least be meeting in one platform and then raise 100 bob each and build a center for peace. A center for young people, a center for youth activities, generation of our talents, and all those things. So this is a request as I walk down, because we are very disciplined, even in how we speak. Nowadays, we do not have abusive languages. We actually see that with our elders and not the youths. Sindio? And we are shocked sometimes. So my request will be our partners who are here today, the Global Peace Foundation, and Ma'am Julia is here, she'll tell us more about democracy and all that. If we could have these platforms whereby we speak as young people, we engage, and we also share our stories, and we are able to at least get to understand what is the conflict at hand, what is the solution, and how do we go about it. Other than that, I want to say it is important to provide youth with training opportunities. So if we can have the training opportunities coming here from our partners to take an active paid in peace building with the youthful energy and their capabilities, ability of adaptation of the new technology trends. Take us to Rwanda, take us to Uganda, take us to the UK, take us to the US, India. Let's go study. Yeah? And here in Kenya, let's have a symposium and all those things. Let's learn about new trends in social media, new trends that we can really be trained on how we can be peace ambassadors. And this is a challenge to all the young people who are seated in here. The next time we are having such a meeting, please come with 3 people. I want you to go be a peace ambassador back at home or in your school. Come with 3 people, branded in a t-shirt that you've gotten them. Branded, I am a peacemaker. Na tuko na details pale kwa mlango, so I will go getting them. So you get 3 t-shirts. Next time we have such a forum, and Dan is going to put it closer very soon. NCIC, they're able to do that. Because as young people, we need to teach ourselves to be responsible. Sindio? How much is the t-shirt? It's 500 bob. So me, I'll buy 10. So that the first 10 who come for the next meeting, and Mr. Daniel is here, he will hold me to account. You make sure you come with another 3. You buy them a t-shirt written, I am a peacemaker. So peace starts with you. Put a smile on your face. Do not be destroyed by other people's character. Thank you very much. My name is Ruth Moini again. I love you all. Barikiwe sana. Asante, Mr. Daniel.
Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much, Miss Ruth Moini, and talking to us about youth empowerment. So next, just before I go to the next speaker, we are actually closing the day. I would like to acknowledge some of the distinguished guests that we have here, and I want to start by acknowledging the presence of Ambassador Dr. Josephine Ojambo. Please let's appreciate her. Thank you. And also, I want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Charles Kimathi, who is the Manager Corporate Affairs. Let's appreciate him. MD, sorry. Yes, Standard Group Manager Corporate Affairs. Let's appreciate him once more. And also I want to acknowledge the presence, since Rotaract Club of Daystar is also part of the partners. I want to acknowledge Mr. Eric Songoro, who is part of the Rotary Langata. He's the vocational director. Karibu sana. So next I want to introduce our final next speaker. Her name is Miss Julie Ojambo. She will talk to us about forming the role of the youth in strengthening inclusive, just, and peaceful societies. And also, she's a governance, democracy, and human rights practitioner. So with no further ado, please let's appreciate Miss Ojambo as she walks on stage. Thank you very much. Tupige makofi tafadhali. Tumekunywa juice.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Like Angela has introduced me, my name is Julie Ojiambo. I work in human rights. I'm a student of human rights law, but I have since graduated, and I have been fortunate to work as a youth volunteer with the African Union Youth Commission and as a youth junior officer with the United Nations Development Program. So before I go on, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of my mom, who is here. Okay, Ambassador Ojambo. All right, I'm talking about affirming young people in politics, and I'm very happy to have a role model who has affirmed me. So thank you. All right, so as I thought through my remarks for today, the question I began by asking myself is, do you think Kenyans, especially young Kenyans, are happy with the state of politics and political processes given their level of participation in the just concluded general elections? Some of you would say yes, others would say no, depending on a number of factors to support each of these stands. I remember keenly following the debates on social media during the election period, and one such article stuck with me, the findings of which I will use to guide my remarks on how we, the relevant stakeholders, can better affirm the role of the youth in strengthening inclusive, just, and peaceful societies. In an article titled, "Young Kenyans are being asked to crown their new oppressor, and the answer is no," author Samira Salwani begins by describing the mood of young people just before the election. She describes it as expectant and jubilant. Young people in Kenya, she affirms, are often filled with jubilation during the campaign period. These scenes have been reported across the country for very many years. And while this might create the perception that young people are the future custodians of the country, that are indeed taking a lively interest in political processes, according to the author of this article, it turns out that these appearances have turned out to be rather deceptive. And this is for one of many reasons. Many young people who attended these political campaigns attended these campaigns on the promise of payment, number one, and two, they were paid to gather crowds from nearby. So it's important to ask, why is this the situation? Well, before proceeding, these are two interesting facts to note. One, while those aged 18 to 35 make up 75% of the population, only about 40% of people from this group have registered to vote. Secondly, it is important to emphasize the fact that for many young Kenyans, refusing to vote is not a result of disinterest or indifference or even ignorance. It is instead a political choice. To answer these questions, one would ask, why is this the case? Again, to begin with, in every electoral cycle, the electorate have been presented with the same faces or the same system. Those that sit at the apex of the system have failed to deliver good on their promises of solving youth unemployment or even finding realistic solutions to addressing the high cost of living. In the eyes of young people, expecting change from such people or expecting change from the status quo is like taking them for fools or playing a game with them. And if this is the case, many young people would rather refuse to partake in the process at all. Young people have no faith in a system that has perennially shown them that they will not change things for the better. And this is evidenced by their low turnout in the recent election. Secondly, while building on the first point, many young people feel that politicians are out for themselves and not looking out for the country as a whole. This is perceived to be a process of self-interest and financial gain. Third, young people are now asking themselves, why partake in this process while existing structures make it very difficult to have young people engage in political processes? In 2017, Kenyans aged 18 to 34 made up only roughly 24% of all candidates. This is less of a tenth of them that won office, this being under 3% of the total number of persons voted into office. With such a small number of young people making the cut, who is to blame for the meager representation or even their reluctance to participate in political processes? Number 4, an important factor to note is the gender dynamics of politics. While those that are older in the field may not necessarily be interested in seeing young people occupying space in what has traditionally been considered their space, participation of young people, particularly young women, is hampered by social norms where it is preferred that women should not hold these spaces. For you to be a woman in politics, some will see you as a rebellious woman, a tough woman, or an iron lady, and this is not what a woman is supposed to be in the traditional sense. And lastly, although these points may not be exhaustive, is the issue around financial politics and the financial limitations regarding young people's participation being addressed. Young people do not have the resources to engage actively in a context that has monetized politics. Without the financial muscle, it becomes hard and almost impossible to draw attention and votes, as nobody will listen. So what can we do as the relevant stakeholders to affirm young people in strengthening inclusive, just, and peaceful societies? The first thing we can do is mentor and engage young people in politics and political processes from an early age. This has been done in Uganda, where young people are mentored from university to join politics, where, political parties have them as interns or even young officers to work within the political process. Another way that young people can be affirmed is making sure we have politics that's based on issues and politics that would seek to create real and tangible change. I believe that young people would like to know that standing on a line on the polling day is not in vain. They want to know that their voices truly do matter by ensuring free, fair, and transparent elections. They want to see tangible results to the issues that affect them. The third way young people can be affirmed is have succession plans. Older leaders should learn how to pass the baton to younger leaders. This would entail identifying potential successors early and nurturing them to take up desired positions. The fourth way to affirm young leaders is by popularizing and raising awareness about good leadership. Young people have been deemed naive about politics and political processes. It is claimed that they seek instant gratification. Understanding this claim should entail taking steps to popularize and raise awareness on what is deemed good leadership and good governance. Having intergenerational dialogues will help us understand politics from both perspectives. And lastly, we talk about peace, but we have to talk about justice as well. Peace and justice must exist together, and justice for young people where it is shown that their rights have been violated in political processes should be upheld. In conclusion, and to the young people gathered here today, I want to say effecting change does not come easy. It is not an overnight process. We must continue to actively engage. We must continue to be heard. We must go out and vote. This is a sure way to ensure change, even if it is deemed slow. You cannot talk about change, yet you're not going out to vote because people will not take us seriously. We must not remain complacent and we must not give up. This is our duty. I will end by two quotes, one from Dr. Martin Luther King, which says, "One of the greatest liabilities of history is that all too many people fail to remain awake through great periods of social change. Every society has its protectors of status quo and its fraternities of the indifferent who are notorious for sleeping through revolutions. Today, our very survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant, and to face the challenges of change. And lastly, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Thank you. Thank you, Angela.
Let's appreciate her. Isn't it beautiful having a mother and daughter in a forum such as this? Since she also talked about mentorship and encouraging our young ones to join politics when they're young and to join leadership, yes? Yeah, oh my. Yes? Yes, so let's appreciate her one more time. So finally, I would want to take this opportunity to welcome the vocational director, the Rotary Club Langata. He will come and tell us what the Rotary Club does when it comes to peace. And also, he will tell us more about also Rotaract Club, Daystar University. And he is the general manager of Cummins CNG Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in welcoming Mr. Eric Sangoro. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I just want to make sure that I do not stand in between you and your lunch. So that's going to be, I'll be very short. I'll try and be very quick. So my name is Eric Sangoro, and I am so honored to be here and to listen to so many people talk about peace. And that has really enriched myself, me, in so many ways. So I am the general manager for Cummins in East Africa. We cover about 11 countries. And I think I'll just mention something that we are so used to, and we know that, okay? And if it strikes a chord, I think it's going to be an aha moment for you. As people in the business environment, we have many times known that every 5 years, you adjust your budgets. Am I speaking to somebody now? When the budgeting time comes, what you do is, it's going to be 2022, let's dip the numbers. 2023, let's go up, okay? And I think it's, if I bring it home, there are many times when you find that 2022 August, you start stocking up, making sure you have enough supplies, okay? And that is because of how we have been wired. We've always thought that an election year is going to be a bad year. But I'm so proud to stand here today and even to listen to people talk about how the youth this time stood up and said, you know what, we will stand for peace. And I just want you to applaud yourself at this moment for being a great person. Let's just give ourselves a great one. So apart from my day job, which is taking care of engines and things like that, I'm also the vocational director at the Rotary Club of Langata. And what that means is I plug in with the youth like the ones I see in front of me and help them in how they can grow in their career. And that's how we come about with what we call the Rotaract Club. So I'm the vocation director, Rotary Club of Langata. So Rotary Club of Langata has chartered the Rotaract Club of Daystar Valley Road. So what is Rotary about? Rotary is all about service above self. And service above self is service to humanity. When you think about service to humanity and peace, many times you'd be wondering, how does these two things connect? But it's very simple. that there are many things that cause us to have conflict in our societies. And some of these things are poverty, unequal distribution of resources, things to do with education. All these things are the things that plug in and help cause us to have conflict in our society. Now, what Rotary does is it helps us to address those issues. So we have projects with Rotary. These projects are to make sure we enrich schools, we mentor the youth, because remember, conflict starts pretty much internally. When we think about ourselves, when we have conflict within ourselves, then we spread it to conflict within communities. Some people think, okay, because you don't speak like me, we are different. Conflict starts. But then all these things, when mentorship happens, then pretty much it strengthens our society. So that is what Rotary does, alleviating or reducing those things that bring conflicts between us. And the best part about Rotary is that it starts when many of us are young, and that is through the Interact clubs, that is pretty much for the primary schools, then the Rotaract clubs, that is for the people here now, most of the youth here, where you have your 18 to about, I think we've been told to define youth. I think we now know who our youth is. And then the Rotaract club for people who are already working like myself, and the rest in the business community. So I'm so happy that we have a day that we celebrate and appreciate the presence of peace, because the absence of peace, we know what that causes. And whenever there is peace, there's flourishment, and there's a lot of things that go in a very positive way. Now, Rotaract Club, and I'm so proud to also mention that your moderator today is the president of the Rotaract Club of Langata. Let's give her an applause. So what is so important is the fact that if I listened to all the speakers today, they pretty much were pointing the youth to how they can plug in. They're pointing the youth to how they can be able to add value to a more lasting peace in society and in the world. And I'm just adding one more to that, and that is the Rotaract Club of Daystar Valley Road. And for those who are here, I just want to call upon you to plug in, connect with Angela, and let us make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric. So let's appreciate him once more. So I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge again the partners that we have. We have Manji, we have Global Peace Foundation, we have the Standard Group, EU, Zoros, Mkenya Daima, Chandaria Foundation, and also we have Bidco. Nudis is actually a product of Bidco. So next, of course, Daystar University, we have NCIC, EU, and also obviously Rotaract Club, Daystar University. Umesikia ma presidents ni wengi, sindio? So next, we have buykenya.org, and I want to take this opportunity because this is a platform that can be a game changer with us, because if we have any products that we're selling, remember we are also empowering the youth at the end of the day. So if we have products, if you're a farmer, if there's any service that you're doing, this is a platform where you can place your product and service. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Vincent, who is going to tell us more about buykenya.org. Let's appreciate him when he walks on stage. Makofi tafadhali, let's appreciate him when he walks on stage. Tuambie buykenya.org ni nini? Na tuambie mbona tunafaa pia kusubscribe, si ndio? Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Angela. Yeah, thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Vincent. Vincent is a Roman name. It means a conqueror. What is your name? Do you know the meaning of your name? It starts by that, envisioning that your name, my name means a conqueror. So I want to talk to you about Buy Kenya. And Buy Kenya is a product produced by Kenyans, run by Kenyans, and providing opportunity for young Kenyans and also for those who are into entrepreneurship. So you find we are living in a unique space right now. Kenya is producing an annual labor force of approximately 1 million, right? Kwa wale wasi wanafanya M&D, now we want to speak data to inform our interventions. So if Kenya is already producing 1 million people who are graduating from colleges and universities, and these young people, they're looking for jobs. And do you know how many get jobs? Only 25%. So 25% of those young people are the ones who get job out of the 1 million that we inject every year into the labor market. For those who get jobs are like me, who did linguistics and literature at the only university with the article there. So I'm not teaching. I'm supposed to be in high school, right? But I did a diploma in community development that now I work with Global Peace Foundation as resource mobilization manager. So I'm part of the 25%. They do jobs that they did not go to school to study, lakini Street University imehakikisha tuko sambamba. Mnipigie makofi. So I said 1 million people. These are guys graduating from colleges and universities, indio? And then when you go to high school, how many people graduated last year? High school joining colleges and university. Data. There are around 827,000, maybe kuna manamba zingine hapo juu. Out of the 827,000, there are only 17% who are able to go to university. They attain the C+ to join university. Nilisema wasi wangapi? 800,000, ndio? Hao wanatoka secondary school. So only 17% were able to go to university. So around 40% were able to go to TVET. So that means another 50% did not get a chance to go to where? To either TVET, college, and university. And they started their enterprises. Now when you go to the enterprises, you find young people are creating jobs, right? But these jobs, 56% of these jobs, that is according to the World Bank, they are not able to live to their first birthday. First birthday inamaanisha unaanzisha job leo, lakini by December hiyo biashara isha dunda, si ndio? And they fall because of 4 reasons. Number 1, who knows the main reason? Manzi hatuna pesa ya kufanya biz. Ningepata tu capital, mimi ningeanzisha biashara. So it's not that. The first reason why these businesses collapse is limited business knowledge. Nimeanzisha biz, but I've not been trained how to professionally run a business. So number 1 why they collapse is limited business knowledge, sindio? Number 2 is lack of ready market. Nimefungua salon yangu, nadhani business kufungua salon, kumbe kuna hiyo part ingine ya kutafuta wanabiashara, the customers, sindio? So lack of ready market. And then number 3 is limited linkage to market. And then number 4, unaona inakuja number 4, it is limited access to capital. So which one comes first? Is the knowledge, isn't it? And then the market, isn't it? And then the linkage to market, and then the capital. So that's why we came up with a product called the buykenya.org. So buykenya.org, you find most business collapse, tumesema reason mbili zinagusia market. Is lack of ready market, na ingine ilikuwa ni limited access to market. So like you find a young person in Kisumu engaging in fish aquaculture, they're producing fingerlings, tens of thousands, but Professor Jumbo, you are my mentor, they don't have a market. So unapata kijana anafuga kuku ile kona. Kuku zake zinamkula mfuko, hana pesa kununua food. Lakini kuna msee anataka hizo kuku hapa, but there is no linkage of that person at the corner and this person who need chicks here. So we are here to provide that solution. Buy Kenya, we are a premier e-commerce platform that helps manufacturers, producers, exporters, and also we are looking at the local market. The Odaya market, the Kenyatta market, the Mudhurwa market, that mama who hires a lorry in Endauko Nyeri, where my wives come from, they get the warus, they bring the warus in Mudhurwa. So instead of this mama hiring a lorry, see, you just create a platform for her to post her warus, for that person to post her chicken, for that person to post his fish fingerlings, and we meet online. A case study, mini chicken farmer, sindio? I do 1 month olds, and I'm also in part of Buy Kenya. I've listed my product there. So how I sell is through TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Ukienda pale improve kienyeji chicks 250 each. Na namba yangu nimeweka pale. So jana si nimekinda 120. Hiyo ni 30k iko hapa. Sato nilikinda 120. Another 30k iko hapa. So how do I do it? I don't need to own the chicken. Nakuta kwa Daisy siko na kuku zako. See, I have a smartphone. So I just take photos and I take videos and I write there Daisy chicks at 150. Where do I post them? Buy Kenya. Daniel here needs chicks. He called Daisy. Daisy unafuga kuku? Hapana. Ni jirani anafuga, sidio? Lakini umetumia your smartphone gadget to ensure that you run that business so that daktari can access that. So Buy Kenya, we create an online platform. So if you have a smartphone here, you can just, please grab your smartphone. If you have a smartphone, it's very easy. You go there, buykenya.org, just go to Google, buykenya.org. So once you go to Buy Kenya, kitambo alikuwa nasema www, siku hizi unaenda tu pale juu unasema tu buykenya.org, inakupeleka hapo. So once you are at the platform, you will be able to register. So we have a point of also verifying, because kwa online kuna scam mingi, si ndio? So you have to submit that form. Once you submit that form, there is somebody at back end who will be able to verify the information you are giving us. So once you verify that information, now we'll link you to a platform now where you can take photos of your product, you put the price, and you sell. So you can choose either platinum, you can choose whether platinum is 100,000, you can choose bronze, you can choose silver, you can choose gold. So there are various categories which you can be able to use to post your product. To complement on this, one of the reasons as I finish is businesses collapse because of limited business knowledge. So we also have a business incubation and acceleration platform where we train you on 9 topics. A case study will be able to take you through a business model canvas to help you professionally run your business. So when you are running a business, the first thing you need to know is value proposition. What is the problem that I'm solving? You're not creating that business for you. You are solving a problem in the market. So what's the value proposition? What's the problem? Once you know the problem, you go to who are your customer. We talk about customer segmentation. And then you come to the second module, you talk about customer relation. How do I keep and grow my customers? Then you go to channels. How will I be able to ensure that these channels are able to communicate or deliver their products? The other part is revenue stream. How will you make money? And then we train you about the key partners that you need to engage to drive the value proposition. Key activities that you need to do to ensure that that customer does not go to somebody else that buys from you. And then the key resources. So those are the products that we have. If you want to engage further, I'll be able to give you my number. My number is 0723 769 430. 0723 769 430. Thank you very much. I appreciate for your time.
And Maybe just to add on what Bona Vincent has said, there's something he's not mentioned. So, courtesy of buykenya.org, I'm happy to say that the MCs of the day, wamebaywa lunch. So let's appreciate buykenya.org. So kindly make use of that contact that is given you. For more information, you will reach him. So now we are almost finishing on our program, and I would love to call the various panelists to come on stage. So I will start by Miss Rahab Mwangi, who is a student. All right. Hey, at least sasa nimepata mtu wa kunisaidia. So let me take this opportunity and welcome my co-MC, Bwana Joel. Let's appreciate him.
1, 2. Thank you. Wangapi tumesikia nja? Don't you worry, we got you. We have food, kuna chakula after the session. We want to get to a panel session kidogo and then we go eat. Are we together? Are we all right? But before that, let's be on our feet. Tusimame kidogo, we do something small as my panelists get ready. Yes, all right, so this is it. If I say 1, you'll raise your left hand finger. Raise your left hand finger. Yes, if I say 2, you'll place your right hand on your neighbor's left hand finger, index finger. Let's try. 2. It's working. So if I say 3, no, the other way. So if I say 3, you try to grab your neighbor's finger without being grabbed. Are we together? All right, trizex. I'll tell a story. So I woke up on that fateful day. I had 1 slice of bread. Luckily enough, my brother had left 2 more slices kwa fridge. Kidogo, Man U wakafunga Arsenal 3 goals. Nani ameshikwa? Hii ilikuwa trizex. Now this is it. If you get caught right now, unaletwa mbele. Sawa? So shika wewe mwenzako. Are we together? All right, let's do this. So I woke up on a fine Monday morning. I had 1 lecture to attend to that day. When I got to school, I met 2 guards at the gate. And then I decided to take a walk through the school. I bought 1 mandazi. So we go back. And then I realized, I had 2 shillings in my pocket. Sasa mimi sikujua. Kidogo nikapata we had 3 assignments. Leta huyo mtu, nani ameshikwa? Kuja hapa. Mwenye ameshikwa kuje. Wakuletwa hapa kama umeshikwa. Kama umeshikwa hapa. Kama umeshikwa hapa. Fantastic. We do it one more last time, yeah? One more last time. All right. So, on that fateful day, I decided, let me begin with 1 pair of whatever. What am I saying? What am I even saying? 1. Nishasema 1. So, I decided, it's a bit tricky. I'll sit on the second row. I didn't know. So I walked. Kumbe we had 3 invited guests. Leta nani ameshikwa? Leta huyo mtu. Aletwe wote. Panel yangu, I hope mko ready. My panel, I hope you guys are ready. Mnataka wafanye nini? Wadance? Mtu wangu wa sound uko ready? Kuna mtu wangu wa sound? Sijui, alright, because of time awata dance. What will happen is, I won't punish you. Unajua table stand, sema table stand. Piteni pale mpewe biscuit. Si unaona hukushikwa, ulikuwa na chance ya kushikwa. And then mpewe biscuit. Let's appreciate them. This is Kenya, anything can happen. Unadhani unapanishiwa. And now I take this opportunity to invite none other than Daisy Rono, a Daystar student. Let's appreciate Daisy as she comes on stage. Thank you.
Mic check. Hamjanipigia makofi, guys. No. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. In the spirit of talking to one another, me, I'm wearing my favorite color. I want you to ask your neighbor. Mwambie neighbor, me si pastor, but neighbor, what's your favorite color? Vincent wako amesema? Clarence uongeleshi mtu? Hauna neighbor? Zamzam? Blue. Okay, Buke? Purple. Kweli? Ai. Okay. Someone else uko nyuma. Yellow. Nice. Tuko kwenye serikali. Aya. Someone else uko nyuma, mbona mmeboeka? Immaculate Rono, what's your neighbor's favorite color? Black. Aya, sawa. Watu hawapendi kufua nguo, nimewaona. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. And now we have the youth. Tumesikia from very older people, the older generation, watu ambao wamesoma miaka, doctors. So now we want to hear from the youth. Sindo? And on our panel, we shall be having a very amazing lady. She's the Deputy President of Daystar, and she's also the chairperson, Laila. I'm wearing Laila. Ladies in Leadership Association. So give it up for Meg Mushoki. Hi guys, nini wachoyo? Kwanza this side ninja. Nawapea food after this. Thank you so much. We also have Samuel Mue from KMUN, also a student at Strathmore. Makofi yake. Karibu sana. We also have this one person. Mwenye nikimoderate panel na tumechoka. Ataongea. Kuongea nayo amepewa. His name is Bonaventure. Karibu. Ninja, sinapea soda. Makofi. Soda na biscuits. Guys, I am. One final person is a student at Daystar University, very passionate about peace and matters to do international relations. Give it up for Rahab Mwangi. Thank you so much. Labda watu walio na misuli wanishikie hii. Watu walio na misuli tinginya. Asante sana Joel. We'll share this. Hana misuli tinginya, but ni sawa. Sindio ametusaidia. Maybe we can start. We want to know who they are. Sindio? Who are these people we are going to talk about? We are talking to, what are they going to be telling us? So maybe we can start with Sam. Tell us, who are you? What do you do?
Hello, hi. So my name is Sam. Currently, I'm a fourth-year student studying international studies at Strathmore. I also serve as the Secretary General for Kenya, MUN. So what we do, we simulate the UN. Personally, I'm very passionate about the SDGs, SDG number 4, number 13, and number 12, and I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kabla amalize, SDG number 4, nani ananiambia SDG number 4 ni nini? Watu wa IR, na mmekaa hapa, community development. Yes, the lady. Quality education. Makofi yake. Makofi yake. Maybe someone can give her a notebook and nawambia niko na goodies na biscuit kama iko. Nawambia niko na goodies hamtaki kusikia. Thank you so much. Maybe Meg, tell us about yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Margaret Mushoki. I'm the Deputy President for Daystar University. I am also the President or Chair Ladies in Leadership Association, which is one of the partners for this event as well. You can see we have our moderator, we have Rahab, myself, I'm here, and we've been doing a lot of partnerships since we started. It's a young organization. We love SDGs. We focus on SDG 5, which is about gender equality, and we also have been focusing for a while on SDG 17, which is about partnerships. I am a public relations student here at Daystar University. My major interest really is women empowerment and peace. Thank you so much. I hope we will continue with the conversation even after today.
Thank you so much. Labda Bonaventure. Keep it short. Keep it short. Yes.
Hello everyone. I'm Bonaventure Oduoro Tieno Binda. I come from Ugenya, and I'm proud that in the house we have DG, Daniel Juma, or DJ, who also come from the same constituency I come from. I'm a youth mentor, a national youth leader, and a co-founder of TVET Students Association, where currently I serve as the chief advisor. I also train on business, mentorships on business, AGPO, credit guarantee scheme, among other things. Thank you very much.
Thank
Hope
you.
that was short.
Maybe Rehab, introduce yourself kindly.
My name is Rehab Mwangi. I'm an international relations student. I'm also a business owner. I deal in exporting fuel. I export fuel to DRC. And from there is where I got the passion to study international relations and understand how business and how the market and how the world works from an international point of view. From my experience, what I would advise you as youth is to try and figure out whatever you want to do, ensure that it is something that you can do across Africa, so that you Africanize solutions, Africanize proposals, and not just think about doing business or working within the borders. I'm also a Daystar USG KMUN, and I also work with the National Secretariat. Sam is my boss. I work in the finance department. Thank you.
Makofi ya panel yangu jameni. So before we even start, who can tell me, what does peace mean to you? Our theme today is a redeemed country from a peaceful elections. What does peace mean to you? Now, IR students mumefunzwa peace building. This is where I test. And I'm not seeing anyone raising your hands. The lady with the red. Yes, at the back, yes. Maybe, is there a mic somewhere, a mic lying somewhere? What was sound? Okay. Maybe you can project your voice for everyone to hear. Interesting. Makofi yake jameni. Makofi yake. That's very brilliant of you. Maybe a package for her. We want to hear it from a gentleman. Gentlemen, mko wapi? Amuongei. From the men, what's peace to you? Hama mjui violence. All you choose is violence. The guy in a suit. Makofi yake. Thank you so much. Maybe a package for him. Thank you so much. So back to my panel. We've had, you want to speak. We shall give you time. We shall give you time. Just one more time. So maybe back to my panel. All of you are doing very good initiatives, and even before elections, I saw all of you on the roadmap to bringing peace, ensuring there's a peaceful post-election period. And we can say we have tried. We've not made it
but we've tried. So what are the things that helped us? Huh? Maybe Sam, you can tell us what has helped us as the youth, especially because we are the ones who've been put in the frame of, we are the perpetrators of violence. So what do you think?
So I think I'll just mention one thing. So for us as youth, I think there was like a mindset shift, kidogo. We saw the future as ours, yeah? We didn't let others dictate the future for us. We saw that the future is ours. So which made us want to like own it, yeah? And to be able to own the future, first of all, the first thing we did as a youth was to educate ourselves. So leading up to elections, there were so many different events, civic education, summits, leadership talks, and they are youth-led, right? So I think the first step we took was to, how do we, ensure we are full of knowledge, therefore we act and we have action from a point of knowledge and not a point of ignorance. So I think the youth were like, you know what, this time I must own this election and own the narrative and not let people tell us what to do exactly. Yeah.
So thank you so much, Sam. Maybe because you've said we shifted our mindset and it just didn't happen overnight. Maybe Bonaventure, unaweza tuambia we didn't just tukuamka na tukasema hatutaki, tunataka amani, hatutaki vita tena. What really pushed us?
Oh, thank you very much. One thing that I want to note is that many young people, unlike in previous elections and previously, many young people came out and took part in peace building. Many times we've had older people leading us in discussing and talking about peace. But we realize that amongst us, the youth, we are able to understand each other and interact much better. Unlike when we have these senior people over 50, over 60 talking to us. So across the country, many young people came out and took the lead. They took the role, the active role. They organized seminars, they organized road shows, events. They became peace ambassadors. So it was really difficult for you to find a young person who has already declared himself or herself a peace ambassador, causing violence or insulting people, taking sides, and what have you. So we give it to the preparations, we give it to our readiness and our commitment at individual levels and collectively in ensuring peace.
So maybe, Bonaventure, thank you. Yes, we saw over social media, even all of us, we had peace conferences here to ensure that we have a peaceful post-election period. Sindio, right, Daystar? And even other universities. I'm sure we went to Strathmore, we went to so many TVETs out here, and we really did the best. And I want to really congratulate Kenyans and at most the youth, because we did our best. Sindio, to try, even though there were a few, kuna watu kwa ina soko wezi kosa a madman. So there were still people who fought, but we really did our best this time. So maybe as a student leader, on behalf of TVETs, Margaret, there are so many people who come out here, they want to study, and they study and end up in very good schools, Daystar University, in different TVETs. And yes, sometimes most of them are the ones who perpetrate violence outside there because of lack of jobs. What do you think can be a long-lasting solution to that kind of problem? Because that was the same problem, Juicy too. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Daisy. First of all, because of the peace that we've had, so many partners came on board to make sure that we had this. It's not just the youth. The youth had people like Kenya Daima, they had people like NCIC, they had the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs come on board to just support these peace campaigns. And one of my suggestions is that we have that as a curriculum, probably in most of the universities, because we don't want people knowing about peace only when they study international relations. And we also need to be taught about volunteerism, because many youths this time around were volunteering to do many peace campaigns, so they did not have time to follow violence or follow politicians because of peanuts. So I feel like if that is introduced, the same way we have psychology in almost every course, a unit, maybe the ministry can come on board and just make sure that we have peace conversations in the curriculum, so that even as students are growing up, they know that they need to study peace. And I also feel like that's an initiative that can be taken by NCIC, because they're the institution that have been given that mandate to see how that can be done, so that people from a young age continue to grow in peace. Yeah, thank you.
Nyinyi wachoyo na nini after your content yote. Thank you. So I wish Dr. Skita was here to listen to us, because NCIC is a really good body that has done its best, but it can do much more, even with partnerships. And I am glad that they also passed. Kenya is, let me tell you guys, Kenya is the first country to launch an action plan against hate speech. Makofi ya Kenya bana. Yes, it was through NCIC and other partners like Global Peace Foundation, led by Daniel Juma, of course, who was my boss, and it's not of any importance, but I had to mention. So we launched the National Action Against Hate Speech, and it has really helped. So we can say we have reduced hate speech. So no, compared to other times, Kenya is doing actually really well. So maybe to you, Rehab, you are a businesswoman. You're really doing well out there. So do you feel like there is a connection between youth perpetrating violence, or rather them not perpetrating violence, and business, them being involved in entrepreneurship and such like stuff? And what else can be done to ensure that they are trained on such like stuff, so that to avoid hii mambo ya kupigana, because everyone is busy?
Thank you, Daisy. I think technology has become a serious disruptor of how we were doing things a long time ago. And I think this election and maybe the current season that we're in as business people and as a country is that we've realized technology is the way we are going. And I applaud the youth, because the way they used technology responsibly is what changed the way election would have gone. A long time ago, somebody would post a photo of 5 years ago, and suddenly they start saying this is what is happening in this and this place, and everything flares up. But this time, you post something like that, people have already verified and said, no, this is a photo for 5 years ago. It's not even in Kenya. It's not even that. And the people who use this technology, the way they have been using it, is the youth. And thank you so much for being responsible users. Of course, there are those that are the bad apples in the basket. However, just keep up with using technology the right way. Right now, we have people making millions and billions out of being TikTok something. Unfortunately, I'm only youth at heart. My age is not youth. But the way you're using technology, you can use it to further your dreams.
We are trying to curb violence just by telling someone when they post something negative, we are there to tell them what you're saying can cause violence. And that's a very good thing. That's a plus for the youth. But also there's the aspect of media, which Bonaventure is going to tell us about more. Because sometimes we feel like media houses are the ones that are the help to bring tension between people. So maybe how can we curb that? We've tried so much to help that, but maybe a solution. Maybe you can give a suggestion. What can we do? Tafanya aje?
Thank you very much. In our midst, we have media gurus led by the Standard Media corporate director here, and we have DJ, who's also been in media. One thing, if it were my proposal, we have the rights and freedom of speech. We have a lot of freedom, but many a times we violate or abuse the freedom that we've been given. Most recently, during the general election, I realized from my own perspective the need to do a lot of education, even to some of the media houses. Because when you go to social media or Facebook today, you'll realize that there are a number of platforms created, maybe Mpasho News. Okay, I'm not saying that Mpasho News is bad, but for instance, Mpasho News, or somebody creates Bernard or Adala News. And this platform gains traction to the extent that you believe that whatever they're posting is true or right. And you also can remember or recall that during the elections, we had different platforms. We had HNIB, led by one of our good bloggers around. So the agenda or the kind of information that was coming out from such areas are predetermined, and they are targeted to either incite or targeted to a particular category. So my take would be that we have got media houses that have been in the game for a long time, and we know they are accredited. They give well thought of information. We can always try, if you get any information that is contradicting or that you don't believe, you try to check it. Has it been posted by maybe Citizen? Has it been posted by KTN or Standard? Is it in Nation? You try to, but in as much as we are going to try to verify, we must also understand that there's a lot of influence, even in the media houses. There are a number of hands that try to control what they post or what they publish. So yes, is a big challenge, and I hope that the government is also going to come up with stringent measures and regulations to ensure that we get most legit information as much as possible. And just to conclude, I would say, in other countries, we have a lot of regulations that in as much as you've been given the freedom, but we cannot polarize our society to the extent that we incite each other. We see each other as enemies. Let us always be takers of positive information or positive news. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonaventure. I think he's just put it very clearly that not everything we see on the media is actually true. So take your time. Don't consume everything, or rather consume and think about it. Is it of benefit that you are going to fight someone else because you saw something on TV? It's not of benefit. So let's take time to think through. Maybe Sam, you can tell us, because you're very knowledgeable about matters international relations. You can tell us, what role does it play when it comes to a peaceful election in the different countries?
Okay, thank you, Daisy. That's a hard question, but anyways, I think by the fact that today we've just seen, like, we had the UN here today, we had all the different organizations here today, you can see how being able to maintain peace is not a one-man person's job. Basically, that's it. You can't do it alone per se. Every person must play their role, because, you know, peace is not just, let's say, in one dimension, right? There's a multi-dimensional kind of approach to it as well. And that's why we need the assistance of agencies like the United Nations. That's why we have the Security Council that's there in New York. They do their thing. So I feel like every person has a role to play, both as individuals, the government, and of course the civil society that we have over here. So I think they help us in terms of accountability. That's the biggest role that they do. They will not get involved and do the peace for us, because, I mean, at the end of the day, the peace is for us as Kenyans. It's not for them per se. So therefore, their work is just more to strengthen us, to keep us accountable, to ensure that we are able to adhere to the laws, both local laws, international laws, and therefore we're able to actually have peaceful elections. So I feel like international community is more of a accountability measure, right? The moment they become involved, that's when you begin to see that they have their own selfish interests. They want to push their own agenda, which of course is wrong, and that's why they kind of play from an outside role. That's why most of them, like the EU, are normally observers during elections. And that's the role that they play. Yeah.
I mean, I had question for a smart guy. I mean, yes. So, some of us usually wonder, naonanga hapo Twitter, people ask, why is EU involved in Kenyan elections? It's just because there's someone who needs to be making us accountable for what we do as a country, right? Because we are part of UN. These people sponsor, EU sponsors African Union. Huh? So these people need to be very pia wanachunga mali yao, but also they're making sure that the people are safe in a country. So maybe Meg, because you are a leader and you know matters, structures, policies, maybe you can tell us, does the structure in Kenya and also structure in terms of the system, politics, mambo yote, and also policies put in place, do they really allow for us to be in a peaceful state? That's the one that gives the confusion and tension between the people in the country?
Thank you, Daisy, for that question. It's a bit hard for a public relations student, but but I'll answer it. First of all, it's just that majority of Kenyans, especially the youth who are the main population, do not know about most of the policies around matters that involve them, including the electoral process. So most of us are not even able to know how is the political system of Kenya in matters election, in matters peace. And I feel like in the country we need a lot of civic education so that we as the citizens of the country understand, because you might find that even people in leadership position do not understand the political system. They do not understand the policies that govern elections, the policies that govern the electoral body. So there's a lot of confusion because the information is not clear to every person. So I feel like even the media, the way at times they misinterpret the information, they come on board and they appear like they're siding with people. They come and misinform the population and tell us that the elections have already been decided. We know the winner, those kind of things. It's because there's a misinterpretation of policy. And if we can have civic education, like in the previous government, we did not see a lot of civic education throughout. There was only civic education towards the last months of election. And the civic education was about voting, but not about the entire political system when it comes to that process and peace building. So I feel like the government should also come on board and the bodies involved to just give the public information about those policies, about the political system, because it is not the policies that bring about the lack of peace. It's actually a lack of knowing them and a misunderstanding and misinterpretation of them.
Thank you so much, Meg. So my people perish because of lack of what? Thank you. Yes, most of the youth tuna go into violence and so many negative things and then blame the government. Really, they've put the policies in place. It's just us who have not taken the time to go research them, go look them up, usikue TikTok kila wakati, research policies on peace, matters politics, know a few things here and there besides TikTok. Sijasema TikTok ni mbaya. That's all from my panel. Thank you so much, and maybe everyone can give us a parting shot. Na hapa labda watu wa TikTok pia mnaweza sema tuwafuate wapi.
Oh, okay, my advice for you as the youth and as the generation behind us, Africanize your thoughts. Whatever it is that you want to do in Kenya, can you do it in Uganda? Can you do it in DRC? Can you do it in Ethiopia? Can you do it in Egypt? Can you do whatever it is that you're doing anywhere else? Africanize yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. My parting shot is very short. Very short. What I want to tell you, we are done with the elections. We were here before, actually in July, with other partners to rally our young folks to maintain peace. Now we are over it. It is over, right? We need to be looking at how will the next 5 years be. We said peace is not the absence of war. But I want to tell you that when you beat your girlfriend, it's because you love peace. You lack peace, sawa? When you want to commit suicide, it's because you have no peace within you. And you will always hear, I want peace of mind, I want a serene environment. I want to urge you, a poor person, a hungry person, a desperate person can never have peace. Tenda tafuta kazi ufanye. Sawa sawa? Kitu ingine, enda fanya biashara. But I also want to urge and invite stakeholders like the Standard Group, Global Peace Foundation, among other partners, that indeed we have Hustlers Fund and other funds that are on board to help us get the capital. But as Vincent said, lacking knowledge on how to utilize that fund is going to give us more depression because our business are going to collapse. So provide a platform where young people are mentored, trained, and they are offered capacity building on entrepreneurship, on financial literacy, risk and marketing and what have you. Thank you very much. Na Mungu awabariki jamani.
So my parting shot, of course, I'll echo what my previous speakers have said. But so at Kenya MUN, we simulate the UN. So our theme for the year has been the future we want. So I think it's a call to us as a youth. We own our own future. The narrative is ours. There's no need of saying, this person will do this for me, they'll do that for that, or they'll do this for me, and all those things. I think it's a time for us as a youth to invest in ourselves, right? So as he said, knowledge, know what you want to do, right? You cannot act right, without knowledge, right? So invest in yourself, know what you want to do, know what you want to achieve, right? And of course, and be bold. And don't be afraid to fail, right? It's gonna happen, but just be bold and courageous. Yeah.
So for me, my parting shot is going to be several words. It's not going to be short, it's going to be a bit long. Please forgive me. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone on board to support our organization. It's called Ladies in Leadership Organization. It's about mentorship, it's about training, it's about empowering young women into positions of leadership, not just political, but in every aspect. Like today we had Mweni, we had Dr. Skita, we had the UN and the EU delegate, deputy ambassador. So we'd like to have more women in these kinds of spaces. So we'd like to invite you all on board. We'll be having our launch on 7th of October. It will still be in this auditorium. You're welcome. And I'd also like to urge us young people. You see, there's a problem in Kenya. When we have elections, everyone knows one or two or three things about elections. When we have the funeral of the state or any other thing that's trending in Kenya, most Kenyans have a little knowledge about every single thing that's happening. What we lack mainly is mastery. And if all of us in this room know one or two or three or four things about peace, who will be picked? It is that person who has sacrificed themselves to get into the mastery of that art. That is the person that will stand out of every other person. So I'd like to urge the youth in whatever area you are dealing with, even in matters of peace, like Samuel is here because he really is knowledgeable about international relations, and that's why he's even in the leadership of the Kenya Model United Nations. So I'd just like to urge us all to dig deeper. Let us do research. Let us find people who can mentor us. Let us use most of our times not just on social media or watching or on Netflix, but on building the mastery of what we are passionate about. God bless you. Thank you so much for coming. We welcome you over and over again. Asanteni sana.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to officially clap for my entire panel. Hapana, yo kienyeji staki. We are going to do factorial claps. 10, from 10 down to 1. Sawa sawa? All of us are ready? Soda yangu mlikunywa. Guys, you have to clap, bana. You have to clap. On the count of 3, we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you so much to the panelists, beautiful ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. My parting shot would be, let's create the future we want, bana. Sindo, whether it's in terms of business, it's in terms of studies, it's in terms of whatever you do, hata kama ni emceeing. So just do what, hata kama ni emceeing, bana. Just do it. Sawa? Guys, so that's all. Thank you so much for being a good audience. Keep coming. Daystar welcomes you 7th October. Make sure you're here. Sawa sawa? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the team as they go downstairs. You all have done an amazing job yet. All right, and we have officially come to the end of our event. Naona mnasikia njaa, it's fine, we got you, we got you. I would like to invite Angie back on stage to come and sign out and give a vote of thanks as we conclude the event na tuende tukukule. Kuna chakula, so kindly tukitoka, tutaenda hii mlango, the chief guest of course and the other guest wataingia hapa, and then we will walk and go and have something, okay? Yes. Angie, karibu.
Thank you very much. Are we happy? All right, so I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every person who's come here. Thank you very much, because without you guys, this event wouldn't be here. Sindio? So now I want to acknowledge the partners once again, and also the ones in absentia. I want to thank Manji, na nataka hapa Joel pia unisaidie. Unajua Manji ufanya nini? Zile biscuits. So tumekula biscuits. Yes, yes. And then also Bidco Africa. We have, of course, the Global Peace Foundation. We have the Standard Group. We have the European Union, Mkenya Daima. We have Zoros. Courtesy of them, at least we have been hydrated today. And also, of course, the Chandaria Foundation. Please also check this up, the companies. Please check them on social media, follow them, get to know what they do, and know how you can plug in them even internship if you're looking for internships. We also have NCIC. We had the CEO come in and speak. We have the Rotaract Club, Daystar University, and of course buykenya.org and the United Nations. So makofi kwao. And also to our speakers, I want to thank Director Daniel Juma. Thank you so much for coming and always sharing your words of wisdom. I also want to thank Standard Group Manager, Corporate Affairs, Asante Sana, and also the other distinguished guests, Najot Kwananjo, so I'll not mention everyone. Thank you very much. And also the media team, Asante Sana. Can we just appreciate the media team? But if you guys did not know, we were live, yeah? So let's appreciate them once again. And also let's appreciate Rotaract Club, Daystar University. That the guys who are doing the registering, please let's appreciate them. And just to add, if you want to be part of Rotaract, Nione Kando, we're registering people. We'll be happy to have you on board. And also, is there anyone I have left? Anyone that has not been appreciated? Best for last. Anyone that I've left that has not, oh my. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank my family. My family was here, and I also want to thank especially my daughter. Please just stand and wave. Her name is Arian Yakeo. Yes. And also Lila, that's the Women in Leadership Association of Daystar. Please let's appreciate them. And last but not least, my very able co-MC. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. Please let's appreciate him. All right, so next I want to call David Arunga. If you could come and close the prayers, with prayers rather. David Arunga, are you here? Let's appreciate him. He's the focal point for Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, University of Nairobi. So pia ni kasisi. So akuja atu bariki. So let's appreciate him as he's coming on stage. And before I give him the mic, I was your moderator together with Joel. My name is Angela Njage. Please follow me on at Angie Mombi on all social media platforms. Thank you very much. You've been amazing. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Daystar. The conversation was amazing. And I'd like to think that every particular individual in this room is a leader at heart, as a person, and is looking forward to influence others towards impact on matters peace. And you can see so many people have come out to support this conversation, and that alone goes ahead to stress how important this particular conversation is. So allow me to close with a word of prayer. I know all of you are famished and very hungry, so let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. Lord, we come before you this afternoon, thanking you for this particular opportunity, thanking you for giving us this platform for the meeting of minds on matters peace. We've been able to discuss various number of issues. May you prevail upon us. May you help us realize the weight of this discussion and the impact which it can make in our own lives and in that of others. May we not despair. May you walk with us. May you be with us through the journey to the end. This short prayer, I pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, of God the Father, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Thank you, Daystar. Be blessed. Yes. Hi. I registered. I registered.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
Good.
I registered.
Good.
Once Clarence says it is, it is. We believe he's a leader. He's a leader.
You're one of the wealth creators and impact makers.